Is it time?
It is time for us to do what we have been doing, and that time is every day.
We'll know in a very short period of time, but it looks like it could be something that will be not good. Believe me, not good.
I see issue with that. And again, hey.
You're not going to be able to insult your way to the presidency. That's not going to happen.
I don't know who created Pokemon Go, but I'm trying to figure out how we get them to have Pokemon go to the polls.
I'm Ted Cruz, and my pronoun is kiss my ass.
So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time in terms of what we need to do to lay these wires, what we need to do to create these jobs.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to foot.
Not good. Believe me, not good.
Hello, dissidents. Welcome, one and all, to a Sunday evening edition of the Do Dissidents podcast. Keaton Weiss here with Russell Dobular, of course.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. Glad we can make it. Sorry about the tardiness tonight.
My computer crashed right before the show.
Yeah, Russ's computer crashed, and then we had a Rumble Studio issue on top of that, where the stream wasn't switching over. It was kind of starving.
Oh, really?
It's kind of starving for gas at the beginning. Yeah, it just had the Rumble logo on the screen. I had to kind of
see, I thought that was just on my end. I saw that.
Yeah, no, I had to do a kind of like a modified turn it off and turn it back on again without actually turning it off, because then we would have had to stop the stream, and that would have been not good, believe me, not
catastrophic.
Good. Yes, but we made it. We made it. So thank you all very much for being here. Great crowd to start things off tonight. 849 strong in the YouTube chat, 558 strong over on Rumble. And we got Jake in the booth. So thanks to Jake for being here. Round of applause for Jake in the chat, please. And thank you all very much. Great to see everybody here. Russell's back in the home studio in New York City. Back from St. Louis. That's right.
Yep, I am back. See? I thought I survived the apocalypse, but I was just in St. Louis.
That's right. It was just in St. Louis, as it turns out. In the process of getting together all this footage from St. Louis, we almost have all of it in a few different places, and then we will work on getting it all in one place, and then we'll start doing it. So start doing the thing. So thanks, everybody, very much for being here once again. Smash that like button, everybody. Smash that subscribe button on YouTube and that follow button over on Rumble. Let's see if we can get to 116,000 subscribers by the end of the night. We're at 115,950. We need 50 more to smash that subscribe button if you can. Thanks all very much. All right, let's jump right in. We got a lot to get to this evening, and then, of course, we do have the Q&A over on Rumble for the patrons afterwards. All right, so we have a few segments tonight that are kind of in the follow-up category. So we all remember this article in Wired by Taylor Lorenz. A dark money group is secretly funding high-profile Democratic influencers. One of such influencers, of course, was David Pakman, named in the article. So Ken Klippenstein, commentator David Pakman, is secretly getting paid to shill for the Democratic Party, to which David Pakman said, well, it's about time the Democrats start getting some of this dark money. The Republicans do it. Why not us?
Years I've been saying the left needs to organize independent media in the way that the right has been doing. The left needs to fund independent creators the way that the right does. The right has won even arguably presidential elections because they're organized with regard to online and independent media. They're killing us. We've been so behind. And this kind of support for creators is exactly what I've been advocating for.
All I have is a lamp and a plant back here. With the $8,000 a month I get, I should have a few bookshelves back here to make me look smart like the rest of the people in the space.
This is a Q motor in.
Yeah,
that I do this show from. You have no idea what kinds of things I'm listening to through these walls.
Yeah, right, exactly. So he then followed up with a threat to sue Taylor Lorenz for defamation. I've consulted with some of the top defamation attorneys in the country, he said. Wow, my oh my. He must be doing all right if he can afford the best defamation attorneys in the country.
Start a show like this, but I do have to talk today about a defamation lawsuit. After Wired published a piece last week that made a number of untrue allegations and implications about me and other creators, claiming I'm taking money in exchange for letting someone dictate the content of this show or restrict what I'm talking about, and many other claims and implications. A whole bunch of you wrote to me and said, David, are you going to sue for defamation? Suing for defamation and winning is really the way to take control back and to prove that you didn't do the things you're accused of. Now, it's a fair question, and I want to talk about that today.
He's always talking about things he hears from his audience via email. Either he's a fucking liar or this guy has a lot of time to read fan mail. A lot of time. Because his channel is like 30 times the size of ours, and we don't have time to read all of our mail. So, like, this guy's being like, yeah, I've been getting inundated with messages saying I should sue Taylor Lorenz for a lot of money. I didn't decide to do that on my own. You guys twisted my arm. So here I go.
I didn't even plan on mentioning this entire fiasco again, but it really has taken on a life of its own. Over the last few days, I've consulted with some of the top defamation attorneys in the country, lawyers who have won some of the largest verdicts, I think, in U.S. history. And I've been advised this could take 6 figures in legal fees just to get to the end without even a guarantee of getting the money back, right?
Well, I mean, did this really do 6 figures worth of damage to you? I mean, do your viewers even give a shit? I mean, if I were a David Pakman fan, what the hell would I care? I would just assume he's getting paid.
Right, of course.
Like, if I watched your stuff, it would come as no surprise to me that you're getting paid. So is it really worth spending all that money to sue poor Taylor Lorenz? Ken Klippenstein tweets out, then again, David Pakman denounces outrageous claims suggesting that it's AIPAC or IPAC. I don't even know how it's pronounced. That's funding this show. Is it AIPAC, IPAC? I don't even know.
No. Did he actually say that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Here he is, pretending not to know how to say AIPAC.
48 hours. Took the Wired story and expanded it with even more outrageous claims, suggesting that it's AIPAC or IPAC. I don't even know how it's pronounced. AIPAC. That is funding this show or other creators. Of course, not true. That the DNC is involved. Not true.
Even if you weren't taking money from AIPAC, having been in the space for this many years, to actually tell your audience that you don't know how AIPAC is pronounced.
Right.
Like, that is a real fucking degenerate liar.
Oh, yeah. Well, AIPAC Tracker didn't buy it. They quote tweeted that. Sure, buddy. And then, they found a few instances of David Pakman pronouncing it correctly in years past.
Of course. Yeah.
From AIPAC, AIPAC support AIPAC.
There you go. Let's play that again.
AIPAC. From AIPAC, AIPAC support AIPAC.
Now, to give you some context as to when he remembered how to pronounce the word AIPAC correctly, this was from Full Slack, who found this, and an AIPAC tracker added it to the thread. Here's David Pakman pronouncing AIPAC over and over and over again 6 years ago while attacking Ilhan Omar. I guess he forgot how to pronounce the biggest Zionist lobbying group in the U.S., probably has nothing to do with the fact that he's a rabid genocidal Zionist. So let's take a closer look at that segment. We're not going to play the video, but this was way, way back. So this was a while ago by now. I think this was 2019, February 2019, when Ilhan Omar got in trouble for that tweet saying that it's all about the Benjamins, right? Talking about the influence of Israeli money, and she was widely denounced as an anti-Semite for saying that. And there's David Pakman joining the pile-on, categorizing her tweets there as anti-Semitic. And it is in that context that he used the word AIPAC correctly over and over again. AIPAC tracker also tracked down that David Pakman's brother worked at the ADL for more than 6 years. Look at that. Natan Pakman. See, he even has one of those Israeli Star Wars names. Natan. Yeah, exactly. So
I'll meet you at the cantina.
Yeah, exactly right. I would think somebody whose brother works for the ADL would know AIPAC, right? I don't think you really were lost as to what that meant. Okay, so that gives you some backstory up until now, and this was the news that spilled yesterday. So Halal Flow tweets out, David Pakman's ex-producer says Pakman joined an off-record meeting with Kamala Harris and creators, including Brian Tyler Cohen, where they informally discussed their editorial stance on Gaza. Too divisive, a poison pill, better if they just don't talk about it at all. Now, Nathan, I'm going to just jump ahead a second here. Nathan Robinson clarifies, because he's the one who did this interview. To be clear, John's not saying the content creators talked with Harris herself about their editorial silence on Gaza. The content creators went to the White House where they met with Harris and talked amongst themselves and agreed that covering it was bad for business. You know, they had a little powwow, a little huddle off to the side. Hey, how are your numbers? And that could be better. Yeah, it could be better. You know, why don't we stop talking about Gaza? Because that drives a wedge through our inane viewership. So let's take a look and a listen to David Pakman's ex-producer, now former producer, spilling the tea.
It's deliberate. I actually have an email from him after he visited the White House last year on the day of Joe Biden's State of the Union address. He was invited to a private off-the-record meeting with Kamala Harris and several other content creators, including Brian Tyler Cohen, the Mycelis brothers from Midas Touch. And he told me that they all sort of talked amongst themselves at the White House, not in like an official capacity during the meeting, but, you know, just casually as colleagues amongst themselves. And they talked about what their editorial stance is on Gaza. And he told me in an email that they talked amongst themselves and came to the conclusion that the topic is too divisive, it might drag down their channels, that it's a poison pill, and that it's better if they just don't talk about it at all. Now, Brian Tyler Cohen literally has never done anything.
Did the sound cut out for you?
That it's a poison pill, and that it's better if they just don't talk about it at all. Now, Brian Tyler Cohen literally has never done anything on Gaza. Beyond that, during the 2020 primary, even though he was regularly putting out videos covering news and politics, never once mentioned Bernie Sanders during the 2020 primary. And we see today with this rise of Zohran Mamdani, has Brian Tyler Cohen covered him? No, not at all. So I would suggest that, yes, there absolutely is suppression on Gaza, but there also goes beyond that to like a broader like shutting down of leftist issues. If you are a content creator and you have a platform of 3 million, 4 million people, and it's your job to analyze news and politics for a living, and yet you don't ever mention Gaza, it's like, I just don't understand how you would be able to sleep with yourself at night. I certainly wasn't able to when I worked for him. You know, to be honest, I sort of feel like I have blood on my hands, or it's like he has this audience of 3 million people who are, you know, broadly moderate, centristy, liberal types who, you know, theoretically, if they did hear about what was happening there, then, you know, they might have been more critical of Biden. There might have been potential to pressure him and change his policy on it. But because it was shut out entirely, it became much less present in the public discourse around a certain type of person who isn't getting their news from actual journalists, but paid shills for the Democratic Party.
Well, there you have it. There you have it. That explains it. That explains it. You know, it was kind of surreal to see this issue just like disappear from Democratic Party discourse throughout the campaign. It was very strange when I went to New Hampshire to cover the primaries. You know, I covered the Trump event and the Haley event, but I also covered two Democrat contender events. Now, Joe Biden decided not to compete there because they did the whole thing where they screwed the delegates out of the convention process and all that. But yeah, at the Dean Phillips event, no mention of Gaza whatsoever until someone in the audience brought it up, and then I brought it up a little more rudely. And then Marianne didn't mention it at all either. It came up in the talkback, in the Q&A. It was very striking and surreal and infuriating to see how that issue was just completely disappeared. Well, here you have an example of why and how that happens, right? You have a lot of Zionist Democrats like Pakman and like many in his audience. And then you have a lot of more progressive types who also kind of, file into that audience from time to time. Pakman used to appear on TYT back in the day. He got some of them in his audience. He considered himself like a nominal Bernie guy back in the 2016 primaries. So, he is of that variety. And to touch an issue like Gaza was just to drive a wedge through the audience. And at the end of the day, this is what we say. Russ talks about being backstage at Rescue the Republic, about how there were little powwows backstage there between the different creators, talk about, hey, maybe I'll come on your show. You come on, hey, how many subscribers on this platform? Blah, 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 wheeling and dealing. Same thing here. That's exactly what he is recounting in this example. Should we talk about the genocide? I don't know. That's kind of that's a little too controversial. People feel differently about that in our audience. So fuck it. Let's just pretend it's not happening. Let's just act like a Holocaust is not happening. So it is just utterly contemptible, but not surprising.
We have always said this. We don't get this too much anymore because it's just so fucking obvious that we're almost like doing everything we can not to cash in. We're like anti-money at this point with the way that we run the channel. But we used to get it like, oh, you're grifting. And we always said this because it was always, even without this being out in the open in this way, it was always very obvious that people like Pakman are getting paid by somebody. Like the shallowness of their politics and the way that, just like you watch corporate media and you could see what the marching orders they're getting are, it's the same thing with certain content creators, with a lot of them.
Of course.
What did you think? The people who have been bribing the corporate media through various means, usually through advertising dollars, through gigs, through the revolving door, through promises of board seats. If you leave this job or a promotion, you'll be in the club, you'll be taken care of, like the mafia, right? Like, it doesn't have to be as overt as a sack of cash. It's
right.
One hand washes the other, and it's understood, as long as you don't cross certain lines, you don't talk about certain things, you don't piss off certain people, you're gonna have a cushy gig for life, whether it's in the media, whether it's in the government, whether it's in a corporation. You'll just be in the revolving door. You'll be in the mix. When you're out of work, you'll be able to pick up the phone and call Clinton's inner circle or Obama's inner circle, and they'll hook you up. And, same thing on the Republican side. What do you think? When indie media broke out, these people were just going to let that go, especially as indie media became more watched in many cases than the corporate media they had been throwing hundreds of millions of dollars at all these years. Of course, they got in and they co-opted it. When you see a guy like Pakman with no talent whatsoever, nothing to recommend him, no reason anyone would watch him. When you see Lex Friedman, a guy who really could replace the entire sleeping pill industry, having millions of views and getting pushed in the algorithm the way that he does, somebody's doing that. Somebody's behind that. And, Tim Dillon made this point about how these people work very cheap. They really do, man. Like, for a guy like Pakman, where you got that many subscribers and that many views, yeah, man, $8,000 a month sounds like a lot. It's really not a lot relative to what his numbers should be based on that. Of course.
Right.
So you're going to compromise your whole integrity for $8,000, but that's the thing. These people don't have any integrity to begin with. So the $8,000 is like a bonus, I think, for them. I don't even think it's the point. It's the access more than the money.
Yeah, well, if you look at this, he goes on. This guy goes on when you talk about how they'll just grab every nickel they can. This was somebody else added to the thread. This was from the same interview. Also, he puts an anti-Trump petitions under his videos on false pretenses. Says they are mainly to harvest data to get fed into his mailing list and to be forwarded to one of his benefactor organizations. Scummy behavior. So he puts an anti-Trump petition in the description of the video. Says here, sign here to tell Donald Trump to go fuck himself, and then they just use that data and give it to their organization, which probably gets sold elsewhere. So let's take a look.
Widely commented on. But while I was working for David Pakman, it was expressed to me that one of the greatest sources of value from Good Influence was these petition links. And it was actually my job to put the links to these petitions as a pinned comment on all of the YouTube videos that came out. I looked, some of the recent ones are, for example, like Tell Trump, Stop the Authoritarian Takeover of DC, Tell Trump, Don't Spend $200 million on a New Ballroom. And the thing is, like, it was actually never made
that
clear.
is just so outrageously transparent. Tell Trump don't spend money on a new ballroom. Yeah, that's a serious petition. That's not data farming at all.
To me, if these petitions were even real, the chief purpose of them was data collection, to get information from the audience, their names, their emails, because when you're a big YouTuber, it can be really difficult to get that kind of data from your audience. And so everything that we collected would go on the mailing list, and it was also shared with me that it was also given to Good Influence. What Good Influence would do with that data, I'm not sure. It might sound like a small thing, but it's difficult to overstate like just how valuable that is.
Well, you're harvesting emails under a different pretense and then using those emails potentially for profit, right? You're either selling that email list to another Democratic consulting firm or a campaign or whatever, like that's the goal of those data harvesting schemes.
And it always felt so scummy because the people who are signing these petitions, like they just think that they're, doing a good deed.
And Good Influence is directly paid. You mentioned, John, earlier the FEC filings that show that the Harris campaign directly gave this organization a ton of money. And we don't know exactly what it got.
Yeah, there you go, man. He is killing the set game. Nobody's got a better set than that.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that. That's like the sequel to Twin Peaks. That'll be the Purple Lodge.
Yes, is the Riddler's Riddler's lounge in the deleted scene of Batman Forever. Yeah. Yeah. So that
Nathan Robinson would actually make a good Riddler.
He would make a good Riddler, actually. Yeah,
with the bow tie.
Yeah, why not? That's a good idea. But yeah, man, I mean, that is just how cheap they are. I mean, that's how petty they are. Like, why? You got over 3 million subscribers. You gotta be swimming in money. What the hell are you doing? Putting up bogus petitions and it's just absolute
it's the access. Yeah, it's the access. It's being in the club. That's the thing. At this point, I would argue most of the independent media that's visible is not independent anymore. They got it. They bought it. They bought most of these people.
Easier to buy than the corporate media. You don't have to go through a marketing department. Sure. You don't need to tell. You find some
Look
nameless
how cheap these
woman
people
on the other end of the email. I'll circle back. I'll run this by the team. There's no team run it by you. Email him directly. Boom, done. Right?
And especially because when you're dealing with the corporate media, the way that it's evolved, the way that end of the industry has evolved, these people tend to come from money. They tend to come from the upper class. What you got in the independent media now is more like the early days of the modern music industry, where you got a bunch of people who are not from anything. They're very easy to buy. You can buy them very cheap, and they're naive about contracts, about deals, about what they're worth. They're easy to take advantage of, like the old, early rock and roll and doo-wop groups. It's infamous. They would all get ripped off by the record companies. You see some of these things where these people are willing to sell their soul literally for, who was it? Nick Sorter exposed that Sodagate thing.
Right.
These people, the top pay was $1,000 to completely risk your reputation. I think the kind of people who end up in corporate media, you can't buy them for that. These people work cheap.
Exactly. That is one of the things about independent media that makes them easier to corrupt, is that the dollar figures are a lot lower and you have more direct access to them. Right.
Yep.
So you dangle a few $1,000s in front of Anderson Cooper. What the hell does he need it for? right?
Right.
You dangle
Exactly. He's a fucking
$2,000 in front-
Vanderbilt.
Right. Yeah. Right. You dangle that same few $1,000s in front of David Pakman, and yeah, you have his interest. You have his interest for sure. All right. Free shit.
And what's before we move on, what's going on with Taylor Lorenz? Is it basically, she was so particularly loathsome that even the corporate media wouldn't have her. So now she's trying to reinvent herself and ingratiate herself into the indie media space. Like when you look at it, she was a famous tattletale basically. And over the last year or so, she started to take, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, she started taking very forward positions on Gaza, on Israel. And look, I mean, most people who are taking that stance are honest about it, because certainly the easier thing if you're looking to grift is to go the other way, get in on the Pakman kind of money, right?
Right.
But at the same time, if you've been kicked out of the corporate media and you want to get in and build legitimacy in the independent media, it seems like she's been taking up those kinds of positions, and she's trying to put herself next to those kinds of people.
Yeah, perhaps she's been making the rounds off of this.
She went on Greenwald, who
she went on
savaged
Greenwald.
her. She went on Greenwald, and he's one of the people who savaged
was one of the guys who really didn't like her. I forget why. I forget what the whole thing was.
There was a particular back and forth. Like she wrote something about him that was really sleazy, I think. If I can't remember all the details, but there was definitely like something that happened specifically with the two of them when she was kind of at the height of her let me hang out in the background of private conversations. And expose people for saying the R word privately.
Maybe he needed a break from Michael Tracy. Maybe that was it. That could have been the reason.
She's going to be his new guest.
Exactly.
What was that thing they developed where it was invite only? It ended up not really taking off. What was it? Encore? Is that what it was called?
Encore.
No,
I
have it. People in the chat will know. It was like people would go into their own private room, and she got into one of those rooms with some of these like Silicon Valley people and did a whole thing about they said the R word.
Yeah, I don't remember that story at all. Weird.
You don't remember that?
Uh-uh.
I probably still have that on my phone, because you had to be invited to even have it. And I knew somebody who worked at Bloomberg who saw me talk about it on the air, that I couldn't get access to it, and he invited me.
Interesting. All right. Well, hey, we got 2,100 strong in the YouTube chat. That is good for one of these. All right. Free shit says, wouldn't it be cheaper to use the U.S. military to kill anyone who disagrees with Bari Weiss? Yeah, exactly. Killer Hitting, RFK has all of my Brooklyn indie pop shitlib friends begging for access to COVID vaccines. Well played, evil Saturn blood cult. Well played. We almost covered that, but we just have too much. We'll probably cover like that and some of the subsequent developments from that on Tuesday. There was just too much to do, and it was too long and difficult to compile everything. CBS rumors, Barry's post. We were gonna do it. It's too hard. Do the easy. We decided to mail this one in. CBS rumors, Barry's post-woke Snow White sequel already in trouble. Production team torn on kosherness of schmooly product placing 7-branch menorah dildo. Thank you, Professor Brown. No,
Clubhouse.
Oh,
That's what it was called. I knew our people would know. We have the best people.
We have the best people. Abiding 71 says we can't have Pakman and Taibbi in our social club no more. That much I do know. Yeah, because bringing the Sopranos quotes now. Abiding 71, appreciate that. Join the American Communist Party. acp.us/join. Thanks, Master Yoda.
Don't be stupid. Be a smarty. Come and join the commie party.
There you go. You hear we now have an online influencer, Saint, Pope canonized dead God influencer. Yeah, there you
apparently.
Go. Oh, wow. Interesting. Miss Lee, thanks for the $2 over on YouTube, says don't buy opinions, invest in the compliance. Robert McCoy, thanks for the $10 super sticker. Appreciate that very much. All right, we will move right on along. So the jobs reports just keep getting worse and worse and worse.
Yeah, well, they're reassuring us pretty well. I feel reassured, as you will when you see Scott Bessent's interviews from this morning. Fairly weak. Wall Street reacts to August jobs report miss with just 22,000 added. So this is somebody who's actually recruits for life sciences talking about the application process that she's overseeing these days.
I'm a recruiter and I work in the life sciences industry. I posted a position yesterday on LinkedIn for a data scientist role. The role's remote. It filters out anyone that doesn't live in the US, has knockout questions for people just to make sure that they meet the qualifications for the role. So active applications, I log in today, over 600. Taking a look through all of the applications, every single person is qualified. I have to go through and reject over 600 people for a job that these people probably well deserve because our market is crashing. I've never seen anything like this in the 11 years that I've been recruiting. The job market is awful right now.
There you go, from someone on the inside.
Country's hot. We're hot.
Yeah, this country was dead a year ago. Now it's hot. Hot.
It's hot.
The U.S. economy added just 22,000 jobs in August, a dismal print that reinforced signs of a slowing labor market already flagged in July. Friday's release from the Bureau of Labor Statistics not only showed weaker than expected hiring, but revisions that erased 279,000 jobs from May through July, including the first post-pandemic payroll decline, with June's employment figure turning negative at 13,000. Other indicators reinforced the slowdown. The latest JOLTS report also showed there are now more unemployed Americans than open jobs for the first time since 2021, a key signal that demand for labor is cooling. Meanwhile, ADP reported just 54,000 private sector jobs added in August, nearly half of July's total, and well below estimates. Weekly jobless claims also climbed to their highest level since June. And although ISM data signaled an uptick in services activity, hiring in that sector shrank for a third straight month. So here's your manufacturing sector. We're bringing back manufacturing, right? Oh, the manufacturing sector has lost 42,000 jobs since April 2025. That's how hot we are. We're very hot. This is Heather Long. She is the chief economist for the Navy Bank, which is a credit union for service members. Look at how many industries have lost jobs in the past 3 months. Mining, 13,000. Construction, 10,000. Manufacturing, 31,000. Information, 15,000. Business professional, 51,000. Federal government, 34,000. Thanks, Elon. Finance, 0 job gains.
Wow.
The U.S. job market is almost entirely dependent on healthcare. That's not healthy for the economy. And the only reason that's growing is because of the boomers. Right? They're still hanging on with their Time Life box sets and their Alzheimer's. So here you can see the chart she included with that tweet. Mining and logging, construction, manufacturing. You can see almost everything is on the left side. Even things on the right side are mostly weak, like retail, trade, transportation, and warehousing. Professional and business services, that's the long green line on the left side towards the bottom. And then, yep, private education and health services, that's the big pink one going to the right, 4 slots up. That's the only thing with strong job growth. Again, I mean, I'm guessing, but I would imagine that has to do with the aging boomer population. And here you see U.S. labor market continues summer slowdown. You can see the unemployment rate creeping up, getting up towards 4.5% now. This is Bob Heineman shared this chart. History shows 12 out of 12 times since 1947, When unemployment rises, it rises hard and it rises fast. This time will not be different. And you can see all those spikes there. Of course, the biggest one during COVID, that's an unusual event that doesn't really fit normal economic patterns. But if you look at all the other ones, looks like there's something to that. So Scott Bessent went on Meet the Press this morning with Chris Welker, and he put everyone's mind completely at ease. It's amazing what you can do these days. All right, so here's his first banger here, talking about his prowess at betting against Goldman Sachs as evidence that he's right and they're wrong.
Things are so bad. Why was the GDP 3.3%? Why is the stock market at a new high? Because, you know, with President Trump, we care both about big companies and small companies. And you're quoting big companies, but the big company index, the S&P, is at a new high.
Hasbro says they're going to have to increase their prices. Goldman Sachs says 86% of the tariff revenue collected so far has been paid by American businesses and consumers. So just bottom line, Mr. Secretary, do you acknowledge that these tariffs are a tax on American consumers?
No, I don't.
Even though you have companies saying they are going to have to increase prices, and given the fact that 86% of these tariffs so far have been paid by Americans.
You're quoting Goldman Sachs. So
yes, Goldman Sachs, correct.
I made
Which I said, yeah.
I made a good career trading against Goldman Sachs.
Okay.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, I shorted Goldman Sachs. So you know what else he shorted? This is what's always funny to me about people who support Donald Trump, because honestly, I thought about this today when I was putting together this segment. I'm pretty positive I had never heard about George Soros crashing the British pound until a lot of MAGA people told me about it. I'm almost positive that's where I found out about that. And Scott Bessent was the person who executed the plan. 1992, George Soros forced the UK to devalue the pound. Scott Bessent was a leading member of the team whose bet on the Black Wednesday collapse of the British pound garnered over $1 billion for the firm. So immediately when Trump picked that guy for Treasury Secretary, shouldn't that have made Trump supporters run? Wow, man, you got like George Soros's guy who crashed the British pound, one of these infamous incidents that they always point to demonstrate how evil George Soros is. That doesn't tell you that Trump is a front man for the same interests that you claim to hate, that he made this guy the Treasury Secretary, the guy who crashed the British pound for George Soros. Amazing. Amazing. So he goes on. She asks him specifically about John Deere, which along with a lot of other companies are raising the alarm bells about these tariffs because a lot of materials they need, like steel, are about to get a lot more expensive.
Moving, though, because I want to talk about what U.S. companies are saying right now, Mr. Secretary. The New York Times wrote this about John Deere, the impact that tariffs are having on that company. Quote, last month, John Deere said net income in its most recent quarter was down 29% from a year earlier. Higher tariffs have cost the company $300 million so far, with nearly another $300 million expected by the end of the year. This summer, the company laid off 238 employees across factories in Illinois and Iowa. What do you say to companies like John Deere who say these tariffs are hurting them?
Well, first of all, Kristen, if you're quoting the New York Times, that's not a fair observer. And
it's the Goldman Sachs, it's New York Times. Attack the source. Attack the source. That to me is the lowest form of argument. That is the lowest form of argument. I honestly don't care if you get your information from the Reichstag Times. If bottom line, disprove the fact or don't. I'm not interested in where it came from. It's irrelevant. There are very few sources of information that are not compromised in one way or the other.
Right.
It's a nonsense argument.
Statistics.
Well, that's
this
one.
is about John Deere,
that's
not
one,
about the New York Times.
That's one company that they have cherry picked. At Treasury, we have about 2 management teams come through a day, and overwhelmingly, we are hearing from companies they plan to increase CapEx, they plan to increase employment. We are seeing a record amount, what's going to be a record amount of foreign direct investment. And for every John Deere, we have companies who are telling us the tariffs have helped our business. We're increasing.
Who are they? Who
Yeah,
are they?
where?
Where are they?
Yeah.
Name them.
Yeah.
You would think if businesses were telling you that, you'd be touting them and listing them. Notice how he doesn't mention any of these companies that are telling him this?
Increasing CapEx, and we're going to increase employment.
But, Mr. Secretary, it's not just John Deere. We've heard from a lot of different companies around the country. Nike says that tariffs will cost the company around $1 billion this year. Black & Decker says $800 million. The big three automakers all say they've had to pay more than $2 billion in tariffs. The list goes on and on. Bottom line, do you acknowledge that these tariffs amount to a tax on the American people?
Well, first of all, let's back up, because what we've seen, for instance, the Japanese automakers have said they're eating the tariffs. So
but these companies say they're eating the tariffs. These American companies.
They're eating the tariffs. So, and again, there are numerous companies who are doing the opposite. You know, you're taking these from earnings calls, and on earnings calls, they have to give the draconian scenario. There aren't.
I met with a gentleman yesterday who wholesales Confederate flags out of his storage unit, and he says he had a terrific summer. What do you have to say to that?
Yeah, he's just completely full of shit. So he's conflating the fact that the Japanese have decided, as you would expect from the Japanese, given their disposition to support their companies at all costs, they're going to eat the tariffs and wait out Trump so that their car companies don't collapse. But that doesn't mean, that has nothing, as he knows very well. He's a very smart guy. He knows very well that when you're talking about these American car companies absorbing tariffs, you're talking about something completely different. They're absorbing tariffs from the materials they need to build their cars. It's two completely different subjects, and he's conflating them because he's a fucking psychopathic liar who crashed the British pound, causing untold misery, and went on to be celebrated for it in certain quarters. Supposedly not the quarters that support Trump, but they seem to have forgotten that part.
Right.
Now, what Besant is looking forward to, what they're all looking forward to, is they're hoping that they can get this guy, this fruitcake, confirmed in the Senate. This is who they want to run the statistics. E.J. Antoni looks like a magician who is about to underwhelm the shit out of you. That's one of my favorite tweets of all time. So this is Jessica Rydell, no lefty. She's at the Manhattan Institute, very libertarian Ayn Rand inspired Manhattan Institute. I've never met E.J. Antoni because he is not seen in many DC policy circles. However, the articles and tweets I've seen him publish are probably the most error-filled of any think tank economist right now. I hope we see better at the Bureau of Labor Statistics. He's at the Heritage Foundation. And this is Joey Politano. We got into this in a previous segment. An economist so dumb, I had to explain to him how the import price index works last month will now lead the BLS. Kill me. Okay, you know how dumb you'd have to be to not understand this? I was able to very quickly understand it, and I'm not a math person. Antoni said that because the import price index had not gone up, that meant that the tariffs were being absorbed by the overseas manufacturers and not the consumers. And it's exactly the opposite. It would go up if they were paying it. The fact that it's not going up means we're paying it. Even I understood that. Right. And really, I am not math oriented. This guy is the person they want running the Bureau of Labor Statistics. All right. So finally, Welker, to her credit, she seemed to do a pretty good job here. She asked him about the crash in manufacturing jobs.
The president said that these tariffs are going to spark a manufacturing renaissance, he called it. But since he announced them in April, the U.S. has actually lost 42,000 manufacturing jobs. Are these numbers proof that the tariffs are failing to produce the manufacturing jobs that President Trump promised?
Again, Kristen, it's been a couple of months, and with the manufacturing sector, as you know, we can't snap our fingers and have factories built. So what we are seeing is a record amount of
You don't say.
Investment intentions.
No one had thought of
We've
that.
seen a capex boom in the first half of the year, and I think that was actually held back. The One Big Beautiful Bill, which has full expensing for factories and equipment, was passed on July 4th. Many companies were holding back then. So we are going to see construction jobs and we're going to see manufacturing jobs.
But Mr. Secretary, the economy did add nearly 500,000 manufacturing jobs under former President Biden. In this case, since April, again, you're actually losing manufacturing jobs. Is that problematic for your policy?
Well, a couple of things, Chris. We're going to get the revisions for last year next week, and there may be as big as an 800,000 job downward revision. Again, this would be the second downward revision, so I'm not sure what these people who collect the data have been doing. It's good. We need good data. Secondly, what we are seeing is the jobs that are being created are going to either native-born or legal Americans. Most of the jobs created under the Biden administration, they went to illegal aliens.
Well, and I think that there would be a lot of debate over the fact that they went to illegal aliens. But let's keep moving.
No.
Let's,
that's the fact.
Okay, let's keep moving on because I want to talk about what.
That's the fact. That's the fact. Don't you think if that's the fact? Look, this is a very smart guy. This is a guy who literally crashed the British currency. Right? This is not a dumb guy. Do you think if he had a shred of evidence for that, he wouldn't produce it? He wouldn't have it right off the top of his head. Well, look at this paper. Look at this number. Look at this. Look at this. Go to this website. No, that is what happened. The man, like most of the people in power, frankly, it's not a partisan thing. These people are psychopaths. And I keep saying, and we're going to see this on the other side more. I've got a B side of this. These people want you dead. They don't need this large population of useless eaters anymore. It's very funny. It's very funny that so much of what Trump's base thought they were voting against is actually what they voted for.
Yes, 100%.
You think a guy like Scott Bessent doesn't see you as a useless eater? You think this guy who didn't care about what it would do to the average British person to crash their currency, you think he cares about workers? Now I'm going to show you this clip. We're going to show on the other side too. This is Bessent being honest. Every now and then, even a psychopath like Bessent, smart psychopath, makes a mistake and in an unguarded moment tells the truth. He's lying. He knows that these factories, even if and when they are built, are not going to give you jobs. And he demonstrates that he knows that in his interview with Tucker a few months ago.
You've obviously thought this through. You think that the United States has the necessary labor force for this transition?
I think we do. I think with AI, with automation, with so many of these factories are going to be new. They're going to be smart factories. That I think we've got all the labor force we need.
He didn't miss a beat. He didn't miss a beat. He didn't go to, we've got a lot of Americans out there who need jobs, who are willing to work. No. Where did he go? Right away. AI, these are going to be smart factories. It's going to be automation. Of course it is. Of course it is. Listen, Americans don't realize this. We're living in a fucking third world country compared to a lot of Asia. We're going to, on the B side of this, we're going to take a look at that. They are so far beyond us technologically. And, people like Bessent, people like Elon, they travel. They know most Americans don't. They know what's out there. And that's what they want here. But what they want here is a feudalism version of what they have there. In their version of it, they're going to reap the benefits And, they'll keep around what small labor force they still need that they can't automate. That the fingers on the robots aren't quite dexterous enough yet to do certain things. Maybe, you'll have to, untangle yarn, maybe that'll be a job or whatever that the robot can't do. And they want the rest of you fucking dead. That's why they want to take away your health care. They want you to die. They literally want you to die. They do not need you. Having a large, unemployed, starving population, historically, that's not good for a ruling class, right? 1789, all that. They don't want to wind up getting marched to the contraption, we'll call it here for YouTube. They want you dead before you come for them. That is honestly what a lot of this is about. And I'm gonna show you how far out ahead, for those of you who don't know, China is, and what terms they are thinking in.
Well, I mean, that's what happens when you actually invest in your country and your people, as opposed to investing in a military footprint around the world, or $400 million ice jails built on swamps in the Florida Everglades that you then have to close down because they're illegal, right? I mean, we did the story about Alligator Alcatraz and the loss that they're taking. They're taking what, a $218 million loss. That high-speed rail project that we showed in that segment cost $70 million. That was, I think, in Japan. So, do the math, right? I mean, if you invest in war and incarceration as opposed to infrastructure and transportation and education and healthcare, this is the society that you get. And it's a society that we have built for ourselves. And I think ultimately, the population at large is complicit to some degree in this. Obviously, not all people. And that's one of the things that really resonated about what O'Malley was talking about. How a lot of people who live in this country are colonized by this country. They're not here because they want it to be. They're not here because they love it here. They're here because they are colonized people. So, I have sympathy for them. As for the rest of us, yeah, we are reaping what we have sown, and it is not pretty, and it's going to get worse.
Yep.
It's good to be back. Good to be back on the air. Good to, have a nice couple days.
It is nice to be home.
Yeah, it is good to be home. Let's go right into the B, and then we'll do a chat break because we have a lot of segments. So.
Oh, you want to go right into it?
Yeah, we'll go right into it, yeah.
Okie doke. All right. Let's work out. Hang on. I got to bring that back to.
All right, here. I'll do one while you're doing that.
Back to one.
Ryan Laverty, thanks for the 1999, says lies. Discovery will lead to finding where the money is coming from. It's why Candace Owens told Macron, go ahead, sue me. I believe he's so full of shit. He should call himself Diapers because he's not going to sue. Yeah, I doubt Pakman's actually going to sue. I mean, that would make him look even worse, I think. I think this will blow over. I don't think this is devastating to him. I think his audience are not particularly offended. If I had to guess. All right, we can go right on ahead, and then we'll take a longer super chat break after this B part right here.
All right. So as you know, we were just in St. Louis. So when you're in a place, you got to do the things that you could only do in that place, however ridiculous or absurd. So I took the tour of the Budweiser factory, and if you're wondering if Budweiser tastes like high school regret at the source, it does. It does. It tastes just like it does from the local bodega. No better. So this is really what inspired this segment. I was in their bottling plant there, and I noticed something right away, and I bet you could notice it just looking at the freeze frame. You see any workers?
Yeah, not many workers there.
See any workers? All right. So I asked the tour guide about it.
1950 a minute cans that we can produce on our 5 candy line. Our draft keg lines fill 1,000 kegs an hour. So, it only takes 3 people to run the line in full operation. Automation is really curtailable.
So it's only 3 workers?
Yeah, pretty much 3 guys can run the whole line. So, they make their way underneath our feet, guys, and go to this big catwalk in column 201. Guys, this is the pasteurizer. The pasteurizer
There's the guys.
is very simple. All that beer is going through the hot shower of this light. 140.
Looks like an easy job. Not bad. Better than UPS.
Peeling off anything not made for the
Okay,
Brewed with
so
love. It's me in their commercial.
brewed with love. It was I almost felt I felt kind of bad, man, because it's obviously going to take pride in it. It's Budweiser. It's this iconic brand. And on the other side of it, it's like it's such a notoriously bad beer. It's kind of sad, like how seriously they were taking it. Like, yes, and we filter all the water so it tastes the same everywhere. Oh, so it has that same I woke up in my friend's bathroom when I was 17 with this smell
Yeah.
in my nostrils kind of thing going on, no matter where it's been brewed. Amazing. Okay, so you got to assume that Budweiser, that factory, and the tour was very nice, by the way. If you're ever in St. Louis, I would recommend it. It was, beautiful old buildings. A lot of these buildings go back to the 19th century. But you got to assume, given that it's this very old brewery, this is not a state-of-the-art place, and they only need 3 workers. What do you think they're going to need in factories that they build now? Now, Unusual Whales had on Jason Calacanis. He's an entrepreneur, he's a podcaster, and he talked about what the plan is. And you can almost see as he goes on, he realizes how disturbing what he's saying is going to be to a lot of people. He tries to take the edge off, but it's too late. The cat's out of the bag.
So the superintelligence is where things could get really nutty. And we're already starting, and that's where like the doomsday scenarios, Terminator ones kind of come out of that group. So what happens if, all drivers go away? Well, every self-driving car is 4 full-time jobs, and every humanoid robot in a factory is 5 jobs, maybe 6, because those jobs you can work for maybe 7 hours as a just physical limitation. As humans, we're driving, you can work a 12-hour shift. And those are going to be here, folks. And before 2030, you're going to see Amazon, which has massively invested in this, replace all factory workers and all drivers. The idea that when you order something from Amazon, a human would touch it at any point in that supply chain is insane. It will be 100%, robotic, which means all of those workers are going away. Every Amazon worker, all those jobs, UPS gone, FedEx gone. All of those are going to be gone, and those companies will be more profitable. And when you order something, it's going to come faster and cheaper and better. And your Uber will be half as much, but somebody needs to retrain these people. And that's actually a very valid fear that technologists will tell somebody like you, don't worry about it. There'll just be more jobs created. The question is, what happens to those people who get caught in the gap, right? And when we had this happen in the Industrial Revolution, that happened over 40 years, 50 years. And, the agricultural revolution, again, that was multi-decades. This one will happen in a decade. And so it'll be very different. And you should be concerned.
Yeah,
I am concerned.
I'm very concerned. I think most people are concerned. So you see what I'm saying? He caught himself. No, but things are going to be cheaper. And we just have to retrain everybody. Yeah, that's going to happen. This is what I mean. And I can't speak to this guy personally, but I'm telling you, these people like Cent, these people like Trump, these people like Vance, these people like Thiel, the world that they see is the world he's describing. And that's a world where they don't need so many of us. They want you dead. How do you know a thing? By what it does. Would you make the choices they're making if you weren't trying to kill off the population? Remove regulations on drinking water, on food, make it harder to get health care? That's what you do when you're trying to cull the herd, trying to get rid of people. They know they're not going to need as many of you very soon, and they don't need you coming for them like you will if there's enough of you. They want you weak, they want you sick, and they want you depopulated. That is exactly the agenda that was attributed to the WEF globalists. That's their fucking agenda. It's just another face of the same elite project. What, you think they don't understand that they're on the verge of creating an automated world where they can either go towards socialism and communism, where you're going to give everyone a universal basic income, or you could kill everybody off. These people are psychopaths. They don't have any human interest in keeping people that don't serve their interests alive, especially if those people could wind up constituting a threat. What would a well-fed, well-educated population with a lot of time on its hands do to them? They don't want that. So to show you that what he's saying is not a fantasy, in many ways, China is already living in the world that he's describing, but because they have a different system, their people are getting richer, not poorer, the way they're doing to us. So here's some incredible examples of what they are doing with robotics. All right, so this is the first time ever they've gotten these humanoid robots to work as a team, to cooperate in moving things and lifting things, to be able to recognize and work together. Look at that. This is a bunch of robots basically doing the kind of work that a lot of people do in warehouses. Warehouse work, just moving packages, moving heavy boxes. This is in an auto parts plant. During a 3-hour live stream on Wednesday, 4 A2W robots successfully moved 800 plus cargo boxes between assembly stations with virtually no errors. They identified pallets and bins on the factory floor, autonomously planned their routes, and transported the bins to their designated shelves. Yeah, here's your replacement, Amazon workers. Here you go. The success rate of box grasping is quite high, currently exceeding 99%. The robot's efficiency is slightly lower than that of human beings. The robot's autonomous error correction and anti-interference capabilities are highly satisfactory to us. The dual-armed wheeled robots have already been at work for over a month at the factory, primarily responsible for unstacking, material handling, and transportation tasks. You understand, this isn't a test. They're already using these in the factory. We have deployed a small batch of robots in this scenario. After months of development, their performance in transportation and material handling is now nearing human-level standards. Since the boxes weigh from 5 to over 20 kilograms, and the A2W has a load-bearing capacity of 25 kilograms, it perfectly covers the scenario. Additionally, a A2W has significant advantages in material box handling. For instance, it can stop safely if someone suddenly approaches while it is moving. In the future, the humanoid robots will work in other industrial scenarios like sorting and assembly, according to Agibot. All right. So there's those. This one is a robot that you want to start getting into Terminator territory that changes its own batteries. And this one is already commercially available in China. This is the Unitree H1 humanoid, a $90,000 humanoid robot that can walk, run, and balance, at 5% of the U.S. equivalent's cost. I don't even know if we have a U.S. equivalent of this. This isn't from a megacorp. It's from a startup in Shenzhen. The secret, China's mature supply chains and rapid iteration cycles. This is pretty amazing. There's normal speed. There's not sped up. Thing can fuck you up, man. What about it?
Lands on its feet.
Yep. This is little kids playing, man. People have these as consumer products now. Little kids playing with it. Now, if you're curious about this, this is a whole chain. I'm not going to play the rest of the videos. Dakshana Murthy did a great chain of not just that, other technology they have in China that we don't. Robo-dogs for everyone. From delivery to policing, China's quadruped robots are everywhere. The U.S. treats these as R&D projects. In China, they're consumer products. Delivery. We're talking about that now with Amazon. They already have it. 1,000 plus autonomous delivery bots run daily in Chinese cities. They integrate 5G, high precision maps, and proprietary AI chips, delivering meals and parcels at scale. The robo-taxis. Now we do have that. Waymo has this. It looks like they're using similar technology. Driverless, fully autonomous, operating in 10 plus cities. No safety driver, no steering wheel. That I don't think we have. Restaurant and service robots. Hoodoo Robotics waiter bots are deployed in restaurants, hotels, and malls. Over 70,000 units globally and growing fast. Autonomous, I think they have that in Japan too. I've heard from people. Autonomous street sweepers. Self-driving street sweepers already clean roads in major Chinese cities like Shanghai, powered by edge AI chips and city partnerships. They operate daily. All right, well, don't worry, folks. Don't worry. America is here. America, fuck yeah. So this coincidentally literally dropped today as I was preparing this segment. Elon's very proud of this. This is the very latest in Optimus technology, man. We're catching up fast.
Hey, Optimus, what are you doing there?
Just chilling, ready to help.
Hey, Optimus, do you know where I can get a Coke?
Sorry, I don't have real-time info, but I can take you to the kitchen if you want to check for a Coke there.
Oh yeah, that'd be
know where we
great.
should go.
Yes, let's do that. Let's go.
Awesome. Let's head to the kitchen.
Okay.
Okay, go.
I think we need to give it a bit more room. Right now, it's kind of paranoid about space. We'll be able to walk a lot faster.
Oh yeah, we're nipping at their heels. We're nipping at their heels.
Yeah.
So you know, Elon has really been trying to sell the idea that the future of Tesla is in robotics. And he might be right if he does the same thing he did with Tesla, manipulates the government to create tariff barriers to not compete with his inferior product from abroad. Because if BYDs were available here, that would be the end of Tesla tomorrow. The only reason Tesla is not bankrupt is because you can't get Chinese EVs here. By all accounts, they are much, much better. And we know they're much, much cheaper, right? He's hoping he can put up tariff barriers so that people are going to have to go with these shitty robots. What's that going to lead to? America's going to be way behind while the rest of the world is living in the future. It's already like that. Look at that video. If you see videos of Chinese cities, trains around the world, the rest of the world is way ahead of us. It's only because Americans are so geographically isolated that they don't realize how behind they are, particularly with Asia. How many Americans go to Asia and actually see what's happening in Asia? So yeah, you know, Elon goes at his earnings reports and talks up these robots. And yeah, you know, I mean, sure, that is the future. If he's able to actually get in that market, it's only going to be because we tariff better products out of the market, just like with the shitty cars. So we saw this in the previous segment, but it will get clipped separately. So I do want to show this again. So here is Besant acknowledging that none of this is about creating jobs. None of this is going to the people that they're claiming to want to help. Oh, hang on. Did I take them down? All right, we'll cut it in later. Here's Pigman making a similar point, although a little smarter than Besant, arguing that you're going to be robot mechanics now. Those are going to be the jobs of the future.
Pain is in our workers. The American workers have been given the raw deal. And what's going to happen now is we're going to build factories and we're going to train and we're going to have trade craft. We're going to do the greatest set of training ever. And our high school educated people, they're going to train to do robotics mechanics. It's kind of like a supercharged BMW mechanic, you know, like you just can fix those robots. You can build air conditioning as an example, but that's for a fab or for a semiconductor factory. These are great paying jobs that our Americans, we're going to have 5 million of those jobs coming. And America is going to retool. It's going to do manufacturing, and robotics can sew as well. You've never seen anything like what you're going to see, the renaissance of American manufacturing coming because Donald Trump is bringing them back. He's driving them back. $6 trillion, he said today, he's got committed to America. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, so thus saith the pig man. Okay, what he just said, and you could tell, he's just completely bullshitting. He's just pulling that out of his ass. Where is he getting 5 million, 6 million jobs? Where is he getting that from? Where is that coming from? He's telling people what they want to hear. You know what they're doing with all the ICE, with the raids, with the culture war? They're keeping you distracted until you die. They're keeping you distracted while they put into place all the technology that will allow them to no longer need you in any way. That's it. That's what all of this sending the army into the city and everything. They want you distracted. They want you fighting each other over cultural nonsense. The longer, every day that you're doing that, they're another day closer to what he described at the top of the segment, right? A world where they don't need you. They don't need to deal with Chris Smalls and the Amazon union anymore because they don't need any of those workers. They want to just keep you busy, distracted, and fighting each other until they can just let you fucking die. What Lutnick is saying there, he knows that's nonsense because if you develop robots to that level of capability, they'll just design robots to fix robots.
Well, obviously, yes, of course.
Before it would defeat the purpose of replacing them with the robots if you then had to divert the money. People who are saying, well, they've said that in the past when you had new technology and it always led to new jobs. It led to new jobs because generally that technology relieved human drudgery, muscle work, with human creativity and intellectual work. We've never had a technology that can do the intellectual work. At that point, what do you need humans for? What is it that humans would you? Yeah, I mean, to play a guitar, you know, things like that. I mean, they will have robots able to do that, but people would probably still rather see a human do it for, you know, ever maybe. But outside of very creative, artistic things like that, maybe, CEO kind of decision making, that kind of thing, jobs with heavy responsibility, requirements of judgment, or what's perceived as intuition. Beyond that, why would you need people if you have technology that can replace the human mind? Most jobs are going to be unnecessary. All of the culture war shit that you're seeing right now, driven by both sides, the purpose of it is to keep you busy while they build a world that they don't need you to run.
Well, yeah, I mean, you see that in the hollowing out of the middle of the country. That makes sense that those would be the first places to start looking like these shells of their former selves, because that's where
Right.
the manufacturing base
Right.
is, right? As you get out toward the coast, you have the centers of capital, the centers of culture, finance, right? Entertainment, information technology in Silicon Valley and LA and Hollywood and New York, and politics in DC, right? So they're going to be the last to be gutted by this. But yeah, when you see cities in the middle of the country, Cleveland, Detroit, St. Louis, that's when you get a sense of what the rest of the
Right.
country is going to look like
Yep.
eventually,
Yep.
as this technology gets more and more sophisticated, because that is clearly the world that they envision. That is clearly the world that Elon Musk envisions. All of these tech guys.
Well, this is where the whole debate is so beside the point. You want to argue about capitalism and socialism and communism and individualism. Dude, while you're arguing about that, they are building a world where capitalism doesn't apply. How does it apply when you don't need labor? All of that goes out the window. The only path forward for the great mass of humanity is some form of socialism or communism. We are on the verge of a great dividing point, a great crossroads, where this technology is going to very quickly be able to either relieve human drudgery, and then you get like that Star Trek future, right? Where you have all of this abundance and you can just go self-actualize. Or you wind up with a kind of techno-feudalism where you have a small population of a servant class and you have all of this wealth and prosperity really just dedicated to serving the needs of a very small elite class. And the American ruling class wants the latter. And you can see that in the decisions that they're making. That's the world they're trying to build.
Of course. Agreed. Free Shit 77 says, I know Taibbi was threatened by the mob/IRS and has to walk a fine line. I will reserve comments on him until people with a lot more credibility than myself say something. Well, we'll have some comments fairly soon. Got a couple more segments to get to before that.
Although
we'll
we probably don't clear the more credible than yourself bar.
Yeah, right, exactly. Look at me, Pakman. This is me too, man. Thanks, Eric Cuso. Appreciate that. Perhaps it is accurate to describe David Pakman as a narcissist. Thank you, Cool Blue. Appreciate you being here, Cool Blue. Furrow Queen says, let's all show more love and mega respect for Which I Go. Courage and all of us convictions for representing the dissenters, dropping the soap in the big house after being hauled off by the pigs. Respect. Oh, is Which I Go arrested? So is that in London? Oh, at the Palestine protest? Thank you, Furrow Queen. Appreciate that. Andrew L479, thanks for the $10. It's Dr. Frankenstein. Dr. Frankenstein. There you are, Andrew.
Frankenstein.
Frankenstein. There you go. Monkey Rotary. Never trust anyone whose name implies penetration. Thank you for that. Fuck Pakman. You guys are on top of your generation's Holocaust from minute one. Sadly, Keaton was right. Gaza is no more. They wish they had your honesty and credibility. Russ, Keaton, you guys rock. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind.
Appreciate that. It's very kind of you. I wish I were not right about that, but yes, I did say that on October 9th, 2023, when we came on the air. Cool Blue says the reported 8,000 per month is probably more like 80,000 per month. Pakman, for one, is going to make big money. Under 100K per year may not be enough for him. Oh, he makes well over that. I could tell you that. But eight grand is less than 100 on top of what he makes. Yes, $8,000 a month. Vito, thanks for the $50, Vito. Appreciate that. Says Vito P. May we find peace for our time. Cancer sucks. You guys rock. Thank you, Vito. Appreciate that very much. It's a very generous donation. Appreciate that, my friend. We got to give Vito a sound drop, actually. I think Vito's earned a sound drop. MJ Victims over on YouTube says creators try to share their audience with the other creators to gain views. The problem is it's hard to call out bad behavior. Example, PBDBB interview. Interesting. Okay. The problem is it's hard for call out bad behavior. Example, PBDB. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot that he was on that show. I forgot he came on. That's right. Whitney Webb can pull off the Vilma from Scooby-Doo look, especially with the high neck sweater. It looks good, says Race Car. Thanks for the $20.
I mean,
Race
that should
Car.
really be her costume every Halloween.
Yeah, there you
now
go.
that you mention it.
Yeah, she does pull that off for sure. Kuznetsky Basane, thanks to the $19.99. Says, like Russell says, they want us dead. Thank you, Kuznetsky Basane. Appreciate that. Kuznetsky also says we can employ lots of Americans in manufacturing contraptions. There you go. Yes, test. Thanks for the $5. China has something called 996. They work from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 6 days a week. Are you sure you want that? Is that what they work? I'll have to look into that. Thank you, test. Robert McCoy says, thanks for all great predictions. Can I get my $10 back? Just kidding. Are you both tracking the French Bloc Everything movement on September 10th? I have not heard of that, but I will check that out. Thanks for letting us know. That's in a few days. Virtuoso says, this just in, ICE has disassembled Amazon robots that were made in China. They want American-made robots. Thank you, Virtuoso. Appreciate that very much. All right. We will move right on along here. All right. So this is, you talk about, I guess, tragic comedy is sort of the theme of the night, is it not? And this sort of fits that theme very well. So the Department of Defense is now the Department of War. That's right. Trump signs executive order rebranding Defense Department as Department of War. President Donald Trump signed an executive order Friday rebranding the Department of Defense as the Department of War, a more bellicose alternative, yes, I would say so, that echoes the agency's 18th century name. Trump had signaled during his second term an interest in changing the name to the original version from 1789, criticizing the Defense Department name as not fully reflective of its priority, winning wars. He told reporters Friday that he finalized the decision after talking about it for months and asserted the original name was only changed because the government at the time went woke. That's right. Here's Donald Trump blaming our recent string of military defeats on wokeness.
It's very well stated, and really it has to do with winning. We should have won every war. We could have won every war, but we really chose to be very politically correct or wokey, and we just fight forever. And then we'd, win. We wouldn't lose, really. We just fight to sort of tie. We never wanted to win wars that every one of them we would have won easily with just a couple of little changes or a couple of little edicts.
Yeah, but, the problem is we went woke. He doubled down on that assertion. That wasn't the only time he made it. Here he is again.
Great job, Dan. And we've been talking about this Department of War. So we won the First World War. We won the Second World War. We won everything before that and in between. And then we decided to go woke and we changed the name to Department of Defense. So we're going woke. Department of War. And I'd like to ask our...
We went woke. That's the problem. We went woke, obviously. Yeah, so ask this person how woke we went. This is in Abu Ghraib prison. This is the Iraq War. Ask them how political correctness really permeated the culture of our military. What about this, Agent Orange?
I understand that guy was a non-binary kinkster.
Yeah, right, exactly, yeah. Agent Orange, Vietnam, this was politically correct, right? Right? This was wokeness, run amok. Ask the people of Cambodia how woke we went, how politically correct we were. Ask the people living in those red zones. 113,000 sites bombed by the U.S. Air Force from 1965 to 1973. That's wokeness. That's softness. That's political correctness. That's why we lost that war. That's why we lost that war, because we went woke. Democratic President Harry Truman oversaw the first name change from the Department of War to the National Military Establishment by signing the National Security Act of 1947, which organized all military services into a single entity led by a Secretary of Defense. Congress further amended the name in 1949, landing on the Department of Defense amid concerns that the abbreviation of the National Military Establishment, NME, sounded too similar to enemy. That's funny. So they were going to call it the National Military Establishment, and the abbreviation would be, I work for the enemy. The NME. I work for the NME. And that's too much
very
like
get
enemy.
smart.
Yes, exactly. That is pretty funny stuff, actually. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has for months pushed reverting to the original name, arguing it would help cement a warrior ethos in the military. He reiterated that sentiment during his remarks at Friday's Oval Office signing ceremony. So here is Pete Hegseth on this name change that, yes, he had been lobbying for since at least April, if not before.
Victory and clarity as an end state, restoring intentionality to the use of force. So at your direction, Mr. President, the War Department is going to fight decisively, not endless conflicts. It's going to fight to win, not to lose. We're going to go on offense, not just on defense. Maximum lethality, not tepid legality.
Maximum lethality.
I'm so wasted.
Yeah, not tepid legality.
Violent effect, not politically correct. We're going to raise up warriors.
He's doing his
not
Hakeem
just
Jeffries.
defenders. So this War Department, Mr. President, just like America, is back. Thank you for.
I mean, I'm sorry. Like, I try to be nice about this, but like, if you like support these people, you really are just a stupid piece of shit. Like, I try to be. I mean that with all due respect, obviously.
Well, affection.
You
mean
I
that
don't-
affectionately.
I don't mean to be divisive, but you really are a dumb fuck if you watch this and think, yeah, I voted for. Is what I voted for. Trump's order does not formally rename the Department of Defense, a move that would require congressional approval. Instead, it makes the Department of War the secondary title and authorizes Hegseth to use titles like Secretary of War and Department of War in official correspondence and public communications. To further cement the rebrand, Trump's order requires all executive departments and agencies to recognize and accommodate these secondary titles in internal and external communications. Hegseth wasted no time. No, he was very excited. Incorporating the secondary title into the department's communications. As Trump signed the executive order at the White House, the Department of Defense updated its website URL and social media handles to reflect the new name. That's right. You can see in the upper left-hand corner, U.S. Department of War. That's the website. And they are now the Department of War on Twitter. Pete Hegseth even took a picture from his POV back to work. Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War. And this was my favorite tweet of the day 2 days ago, which is somebody quote tweeted that and corrected his point of view there. Yeah, it's good. That was well done. I like that. That's clever stuff. Yes. So the Department of War put out this ad that just, nothing says peace president like this. Here's their new ad, complete with Fox News clips of Pete Hegseth. Their new trailer.
And we won World War II, not with the Department of Defense, but with a War Department.
We're focusing our military on its core mission, crushing America's adversaries.
We're in the business of war fighting.
I thought we were supposed to stay out of war. I thought that was a
Yeah.
good promise that Trump made. Is it? Let's say, I don't know. Let's check the tape. This was his inaugural address in January of this year. Let's just make sure that we're remembering this correctly, because from the looks of this doesn't seem like a very peace-loving administration.
My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier.
Oh, yeah.
I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home.
Yeah, they should rename it the Department of Rug Pulling. That's what they should rename it. Because, yeah. The Department of Telling You One Thing and Doing Another. That would be an apt name for the new Department of War. Yeah, I mean, just pretty openly fascistic rebrand there. Our business is war fighting. You know, look, I mean, you know, there are people who have different definitions of fascism. I like Tusker's very well, which is the reaction of capitalism under pressure, right? Fascism is capitalism flexing its muscle under pressure when it's under strain. There are other definitions that some people use and some people don't, but, you know, the 14 points definition is one that's kind of a vague roadmap. Depending on how many points on that list are satisfied, you know, you would, you know, create a scale of just how fascist you've gone. But obviously glorification of the military is one of them, and that's a very important one. And yeah, you could check that one off the list here. In an administration that we were told was going to be anti-war. I mean, a lot of people projected that onto Trump throughout the 2016 campaign and even in the first term. But, you know, this time it was more than just projection. He mentioned over and over in the campaign trail how he didn't start a war in his first term and used that as a major selling point of this term. Now he comes in, we're going to go to Iran, we're blowing up boats off the coast of Venezuela, which we're going to get into in the next segment. We have a follow-up on that. The hostility towards the rest of the world has just been unrelenting. And now you have this fucking gin-sodden boy toy who wants it renamed Department of War so he could play dress-up as Secretary of War. And yeah, he got right on it as soon as this happened. It is just cartoonish. It really is. It's like a bad satire at this point.
Yeah, it's just a collection of the kinds of losers and freaks that would work for a guy like this, which tend to be the kind of people who could never get these jobs under any kind of a serious leader. And that's not even a question of good leadership, bad leadership. You know, Obama was a psychopath too.
Right.
How many wars did he take us to by the time he left? What, he started with 2, ended with 7?
7, yeah.
So it's not an argument, oh, well, if you elect, I mean, of course, like that's really not where we're coming from. These guys are just so cartoonishly, absurdly buffoonish. It's just absolutely ridiculous. You got like shaky Pete Hegseth, who always seems like he's either drunk, just coming off a drunk, or dying for a drink, with his trembly voice and his shredded nerves, talking about how we got to make it the Department of War. You know what, man? It's kind of a rule of the street. The tough guys never tell you they're tough. That's how you know a tough guy. Tough guys talk about it. If you got to name it the Department of War, what you're telling the world is that you're actually very weak and you're feeling very vulnerable and insecure.
Yes, and you're also expressing, I think, an intention to go to war. I mean, you can argue, it's been argued, I've seen this argument made, and I think it's correct, that in a way, it's a much more honest name for the Department of Defense, the Department of War, because we don't just participate in defense in this country, obviously. But this is what we mean when we say that this just rips the mask right off. It's so cartoonishly over the top and absurd that it does away with any pretense that we are interested in anything else but expanding our imperial footprint through force and through violence. Right. And so you could say, well, this is just a more honest version of what it's always been. That's not what they ran on. Okay, that's not what they promised people. This term, they specifically, Trump would mention over and over again how I didn't take us to any new wars in the first term. We're going to stay out of wars in the second term. He made that point explicitly, unmistakably throughout the campaign, and here we are. Here we are. Pretty embarrassing stuff. Yep. Let's see here. It's a me, thanks to the $4.99, says, I sorted packages at a 24-hour USPS facility. Those robots are nowhere near fast enough to keep up with demand. Not even close. In the big production warehouses, yeah, they're probably not there yet. But this is what the guy said, that they're bringing them online. Look, I worked at a UPS warehouse. Those belts the stuff comes down the belt really fast. I don't think they're there yet for like the really high-speed production warehouses. But they are saying they'll get them there, and I don't really see why they wouldn't get them there.
Right.
I don't see why they wouldn't get them there.
Give
at some
it
point.
time.
Exactly. Mark, thanks for the $2. Get They Want You Dead, a dystopian graphic book. Yeah, there you go. Yes. China Shill, thanks for the $2, says, you are witness to a great becoming. Do you see? Matthew Caputo became a fan. Thanks for becoming a YouTube member, Matthew Caputo. Appreciate that. Rachel Outwood says, Wokey? What is he, a 4-year-old? Yeah, Wokey. We went Wokey. Mark Dansky says, hey, I'm a boomer. You forgot me. I play accordion professionally for a living. Mind your P's and Q's, whippersnappers. Thank you. Snork Y2K says, I work in the town with the most John Deere factories. The layoffs are unrelated to the tariffs, more related to moving jobs out of the United States. Oh, is that right? Are they still moving them out of the United States? John Deere outsources jobs. I didn't know that. An 8 IM, my intelligent brother is forever attacking the source. We never get anywhere in discussion of topics we disagree about. Yeah, that is a common tactic, unfortunately. Unfortunately, it is. All right. Master Yoda says the Oregon chapter of the American Communist Party provided free meals to about 100 people on Labor Day. Meanwhile, Democrats are protecting Trump and other Epstein clients. There you go. Good on you guys. Thank you, Master Yoda. Professor Brownnote, dear MAGA, in honor of our Fuhrer, I am organizing Masturbation 25, the world's biggest circle jerk, called the Gaylord Center for tickets now. That's in the Gaylord Convention Center. Yes. Thank you for that. It's Vito P. We're hoping for the revisions to win, place, or show. Cancer sucks. You guys rock. Snork Y2K says, yes, maglev is not viable. That's the name of the high-speed rail. Yeah, you super chatted us about that last time, Snork. Damon Wolf says, I'm a button monkey in a manufacturing plant. The great majority of people I know can be replaced by automation like this. If we had nothing but time to consider who fucked us. That's right. Stoop Sign says, bravo to Russ and Keaton, both wearing black for this bleak and dismal segment. Thank you, Stoop Sign. Which one? We had a lot of bleak and dismal segments. I didn't even realize that.
The Men in Black.
Yes, exactly. All right. We're going to move right on along in just a second, but I do want to tell you about one of our dissident sponsors. His name is John Koa.
Right.
You've heard of him.
Can I step out?
Sure. He's got a new single out. It's called Just a Little Off the Rails. So John's been advertising with us for a while now, and this is the latest song from his upcoming album. So the core of these songs were the rhythm tracks from a collection of live acoustic performances between 2017 and 2020. John was going to release just the solo acoustic tracks, but didn't feel like releasing music while witnessing the same state of affairs we discussed right here on the show. So instead, he decided to wait and continue recording, and now he's in the process of releasing these songs. Just a Little Off the Rails is the first single, and it's an autobiographical song featuring acoustic guitar, bass, vocals, and slide. Please head on over to John Koa's Spotify and give it a listen. You can reach his Spotify there by putting his name, JOHNKOAH, on Spotify, or you can find a link to all of his socials, including his Spotify and his Apple Music and his YouTube channel, by going to dudissidents.com/Koa. Thank you, John, and please go check that out. All right, Free Shit 77, you will be drugged in a video game. Own nothing, be happy. Thank you, Free Shit 77. Stoop Sign says if they're going to make fuckable robots, they should go with the Robo-Dog, because that's not more messed up. Not really. A robo-hole is a robo-hole. Good point, Stoop Sign. A robo-hole is a robo-hole. Brandon Guillory says, so the righties only care about dead naming when it comes to bodies of water and executive departments. Woke indeed. Yes, good one, Brandon. It's a me. Thanks to the 199. Says robot is from Czech. Robotnik equals forced worker. Thank you. It's a me. All right, we will move right on along here. All right, this is a quick one, sort of a follow-up to the renaming of the Department of War. But remember on the last show with our friend Lee Camp, by the way, shout out to Lee Camp, and thanks again for filling in for Russ on Thursday. Great job. We covered the attack on the Venezuelan quote-unquote drug boat with Lee Camp. And there was going to be a briefing on that strike on Friday, but it was canceled at the last minute. I wonder why that was. Trump officials Friday abruptly canceled a briefing with top Senate national security and leadership staff about the deadly U.S. strike on a drug vessel off the coast of Venezuela. The top Democrats this week said they were left in the dark ahead of the operation, which the administration has suggested is the start of a broader military campaign. Officials pulled the plug on the bipartisan briefing Friday after attendees had already arrived, we are told. The session has been rescheduled for next week, according to a person familiar with the matter. So Glenn Greenwald, the day before that happened, just to give you a little perspective here, said in April, Trump posted a video of the U.S. obliterating dozens of Yemeni, claiming they were plotting attacks on U.S. ships, and people screamed, "Hell yeah, we killed terrorists." Yesterday, Trump posted a video of a small boat being blown up, claiming there were 11 Venezuelan gang members carrying drugs to the U.S. Legalities and war risks aside, do Trump supporters have any skepticism of his claims or need any evidence? That's right, they have not provided any such evidence. Well, J.D. Vance doesn't need no evidence. J.D. Vance went viral with this tweet. He said, killing cartel members who poison our fellow citizens is the highest and best use of our military. Now, one of the Krasenstein brothers here, Brian Krasenstein, tweets out, killing the citizens of another nation who are civilians without any due process is called a war crime. And then Vance went ultra viral here. I don't give a shit what you call it. Interesting. So you don't give a shit whether it's a war crime or not. Interesting take. That is a hot take. Hot take indeed. So Blakely responds, glad to the fake anti-war we care about the due process mask is off. It was always a lie. They're the same post-9/11 Bush-era neocons they always were. Exactly. Accusing anyone who cared about due process and non-interventionism as terror supporters. That's right. Jesse Singal says, I don't think anyone actually believes you are this dumb. The combination of having to pretend to be dumb and having a huge amount of actual power is worrying to a lot of us.
A lot of that going around.
Absolutely. And Melanie Dorigo says, admitting to war crimes on the internet is called evidence. Yes, someday, hopefully. So Matt Pick Me Van Swall responds, that's my future president. That's right. The reactions were not all negative. Look at this guy, comfortably smug, says, how hard I pronounce the F and fuck yeah, I voted for this. Peter B says, finally, men are in charge. All right. I make this point about guys like Peter a lot. I will not make it again, but you all know what I'm thinking and you know I'm right. Yes.
Unlike the last several thousand years.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Finally, men are in charge. Gunther Eagleman loves it too. This reply makes me smile. It gives me hope for our future. Is that right? Wow. Well, one person who was not fond of that was Rand Paul, who calls him now JD I don't give a shit Vance, says killing people he accuses of a crime is the highest and best use of the military. Did he ever read To Kill a Mockingbird? Oh, you know he's going to hear it for that one. Did he ever wonder what might happen if the accused were immediately executed without trial or representation? What a despicable and thoughtless sentiment it is to glorify killing someone without a trial. Good for Rand Paul. Unfortunately, you did kind of walk headfirst into this one, given the space that you're in. 100,000 fentanyl deaths in the USA in 1 year. Have you read To Kill a Mockingbird? Rand Paul. Of course, here you can see this coming. Jack Posobiec. Never read To Kill a Mockingbird, never seen To Kill a Mockingbird. Well, that is not surprising in the least. Don't get your legal history from fiction. Yeah, not the best crowd to be citing To Kill a Mockingbird to.
Well, you know, it's
I'm
funny.
surprised we're not getting a chorus of people. He was guilty. He was guilty.
Well, no, because you have the deplorables in there. Right?
Yeah.
To Kill a Mockingbird. Yeah, no, what's funny is these guys all like to present themselves as like the fucking Knights Templar. You know, they're the defenders of the great glories and legacy of Western civilization.
Yeah.
They love to connect themselves to that history, particularly in their, you know, intellectual dark web cryptiverse. But all of a sudden, you know, what, you're a fag if you read? When it's convenient. When it's convenient.
Exactly. They'll just pull that card out of the deck. Exactly. But yeah, no, I mean, look, this is just such a mask off moment. I mean, it really is. I mean, to just express indifference to whether or not you committed a war crime, which clearly this is, to just bomb a vessel while saying, yeah, no, they were drug dealers heading right for us without providing any evidence for that, then canceling a briefing about it. Now they're saying they're going to have one next week. And to have the vice president just come out and say, yeah, no, I don't give a shit. I don't care. I mean, if that's not fall of Rome territory, I don't know what is. Like, like to me, like, how can you, like, I guess if you're just completely ignorant of history at all, you know, I'm not a scholar, I'm not a historian, I'm a college dropout. But I know enough about empire to know that this kind of hubris is the pride before the fall. This is a bad sign. This is a sign you're on your way out. This is not a sign of a nation on the rise. It's a telltale sign of the exact opposite. And that is a lesson that has been learned in history over and over and over again. And you don't have to be an academic to know that. I guess if you're just a completely fucking ignorant, stupid piece of shit, you think, yeah, this is great. This is great. And, you know, it seems like there's a lot of that floating around.
I think, really, what their assessment is, I mean, the smarter ones of them, you know, Donald Trump is a front man. He's a tool, very much like Reagan was.
Yeah,
Reagan was a spokesmodel for people who were a lot smarter than he was.
Yeah.
Trump, very similarly, is not really the guy who's in on the plan. He's the guy who thinks that the doctored photo of the MS-13 is real.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
You know, he's that guy. Just reading his lines. But if you want to talk about the real theorists, the real Silicon Valley guys who are behind all this, who J.D. Vance is the representative of in that White House, they know history. They know imperial decline. And they know that this level of grotesque inequality is dangerous for their class. They're thinking, well, we've never had technology like this before. So if we can leverage that technology to protect us and kill off the population, we can avoid the French Revolution outcome of this level of inequality. That is what I think the overall vision is. That's what all of this is aimed at. And all of these things they throw out, the Department of War, all this nonsense, it's just to keep people busy, man, while they build the new world.
All right. Jake, do we have... Oh, no, we're going to wait until after this next one to do the scroll. Okay, perfect. All right, so let's see. Here we got... Furls Queen says, we've had robots in pharmacy for years now. The first time I worked with one, I was disappointed. I'm a Buck Rogers fan. I expected a Tweaky. They're getting smarter, and us techs are worried for our jobs. 3 Tom the Bomb, thanks for the $10. As capitalism implodes, more and more people are joining our ranks, joining the fight along other honest, dedicated, patriotic, hardworking Americans for a prosperous future. Never surrender. ACP.US. Yeah, you're the $10 guy. We like you. EO Shush says, when I heard the size of the Bari Weiss deal a couple weeks ago, I was surprised when I tuned into your next show and you guys weren't wearing yarmulkes and yelling, free the hostages. Yes, thank you. Yeah, good one. Appreciate that. That is a fat check that she got. Absolutely. And
not yet.
Not yet. That's right. She didn't get it yet. It's not official, but it looks like it's getting awful close. And on that note, that is our next segment.
All right, so I'm gonna preamble this. I don't know if it'll make it to the clip or not. So, we've gotten asked this for a long time. Like, why don't you do a segment on Taibbi? Why don't you do a segment on Taibbi? And, we've been honest. Like, I haven't been happy with the direction that his reporting has taken post October 7th, where he made a rule for himself not to cover Israel. And increasingly, that makes his reporting incredibly out of tune with the historical moment and really useless to his readership. Just absolutely pointless, because it's a subject that touches on so many things. How can you cover an election where they're arguing about their position on Palestine? How can you can't cover it, right? How do you cover it if you're not going to talk about Israel? I've seen him kind of struggling, like with the ICE and suppression of speech. I guess I've been hoping that he would come to his senses, that he would recover, because I'm very often asked, what book should I look at that really influenced you? This is, to me, like a seminal book about why the media is the way it is today, how it got that way, and I still consider it that. I just don't see very much evidence of the person who wrote this book in the writings and pronouncements of Matt Taibbi today. Now, I take no joy in doing this segment. Usually me and Keaton were a couple of nasty bastards from New York who don't mind getting a little blood in our teeth. But in this case, it's sad, man. It's sad. I was hoping I was never going to have to do this segment. With recent developments, I feel like, what we promised from when we had, 50 subscribers is we would never lie to you. We can't promise not to be wrong. That's impossible. But we can promise to be honest. This is to the point, if we don't cover this, we're not being honest with you. So that's why we're covering it. It brings me no joy, I assure you. So with that, as you might have heard, Paramount in talks to buy Bari Weiss's Free Press for up to $200 million and give her a senior editorial role at CBS News. So this has been the source of much conversation. So Matt Taibbi, to many people's shock, weighed in with this. On Bari Weiss, CBS, and legacy media's tears, the jealous losers complaining about Weiss's CBS deals are like spaniels who not only expect their master to feed them, but to cut the canned food in bits. Now, this got some immediate reactions. Blakely, this is humiliating. Simple, but it says it. Zaid Jalani, suddenly Taibbi is pro-corporate media, and anyone who criticizes it is just jealous. All those posts of his about NBC or CNN were just jealousy. Janine Eunice, wow, this is incredibly disappointing coming from you. Bari Weiss has a decades-long record of being a total hypocrite on free speech, touting the idea when it's anti-woke speech and trying to get people fired when it's pro-Palestine speech. This is going back to her college days. Her publication is little more than a platform for atrocity denial. It's been sad watching you fail to take a hard line against the censorship we've seen over the past 2 years on Israel-Palestine, instead repeating old hits about the Biden administration, even though they aren't in office anymore. I tried to give you the benefit of the doubt for almost 2 years, but openly taking the side of a genocide cheerleader who's also a fraud on free speech is the last straw, as it has been for us and for others who I've noticed. Would they change the name of their thing to Revolutionary?
Oh yeah, Jen and Peter. Yeah, Peter did a good segment on this, and on that note, Revolutionary Change used to be Generational Change with Jen and Peter. They're on a roll. Their channel's doing well. Good for them. But yeah, he mentioned, because he had Taibbi on the show multiple times, as have we. And he said that he reached out to him and invited him to come on to talk about it before he did that segment. And he said not only did Taibbi did right back, not only did he declined and said he has no interest in talking about Israel still. made it a point to state that.
Right.
Like,
Right.
hey, not only am I not coming on, but I'm not interested in talking about Israel. Which, again, this is one of those issues where it runs up right against it. So if you cover this without mentioning that, you are hiding the key part of the story from the reader.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. Like, this seems to have been a lot of people who have an affection for Taibbi, who've kind of been taking a wait and see attitude. This was the final straw. Like, this was crossing the Rubicon. It was just, you couldn't stay silent anymore after this. It's interesting. It hit so many people the same way. So my own contribution to the genre of responses to this tweet, this really breaks my heart. Matt is officially into his Vegas lounge act years. I don't get it. Do they have pictures of him next to a dead hooker in St. Petersburg? What the actual fuck? And frankly, I have to wonder, but we'll talk more about that. Okay, so let's dig into this a little bit on Bari Weiss-CBS and Legacy Media's Tears. So this first part, he really takes a shot at the nation for lacking business savvy, and he goes on to take a shot at the New York Times for being woke. So this is some of that. The Nation effectively banished Aaron Mate, whose work for the magazine won him the Izzy Award for independent journalism. The Nation griped that Aaron was, quote, playing into the hands of the Trump administration by questioning the Trump-Russia story. The magazine also exiled esteemed Princeton professor Stephen Cohen, husband of editor Katrina vanden Heuvel, and Walsh told The New Yorker, that's Joan Walsh, she believed Glenn Greenwald's disdain for the Russia story was due to his unhappiness about the ascendance of women and people of color in the Democratic Party. In other words, the Nation closed the door to three of the most bankable writers on its side of the political aisle and burned one of its most ardent supporters in Cohen as a witch at the end of his life because A, it wouldn't pay real wages, and B, it was committed to face planting the Russia story. Now it's slamming CBS for entering into a $200 million deal with the, quote, vile grifter Weiss, whose political views might not be everyone's cup of tea, but she sure busted her ass to build the free press from nothing into a financially healthy news organization.
Well, we did that over here. Why don't you give us 200 million?
Yeah, give us 200 million. Well, as Tim Dillon pointed out, he should get $1 billion.
Yeah.
But you know, the facts of what happened at the Nation notwithstanding, his core premise is completely wrong, as we will see. And frankly, I think it's pretty sleazy to hide behind the names of actual journalists who still do actual journalism, who have not taken what is arguably the most important issue of their historical moment off the table for vague and ill-defined reasons. At which point, hey, man, you feel like you can't cover that, just fucking retire and stop embarrassing yourself. Like, what are you doing? Like, why are you still doing this? Why would you read a food critic who has half their tongue missing? Like, sure, they could describe what it tastes like to them if you have all your taste buds and you could taste salt and sugar. The food review is going to be of absolutely no value to you because it's missing the key ingredients that would be relevant to that story. If you can't cover that, you should retire. You should stop. If they have shit on you, if you are compromised in some way, retire, man. Retire. Why? You didn't save your money? Come on, man. Here's Aaron, who he hides behind in this article. Just to get ahead of the inevitable, let's all go ahead and congratulate Bari Weiss on also becoming the next court-mandated dean of Columbia Journalism School. That's a man who's doing journalism, who's not compromised. Glenn Greenwald has been on this beat for years. It's a very funny person to mention in this article. I think that's quite intentional. New York Times' Bari Weiss falsely denies her years of attacks on the academic freedom of Arab scholars who criticize Israel. This is from years ago. This is 2018. He's been on Bari Weiss for like almost a decade. And this is in response to the CBS deal itself. To be fair, at least there is finally some room for Israel supporters in the U.S. corporate media. That at least is progress. And with his characteristic wit. All right, so going on here. I've had differences with Bari Weiss. I've disagreed with her politics more than once. Elaborate? No. And mistook her arrival on the Twitter Files project as a sign that I would be squeezed out. I also wasn't sure about the decision to pick the start of work on the Twitter Files as the moment to launch the free press. As a reporter with zero business sense, I couldn't imagine taking on something else at that harried moment. But this is who Bari is. She combines an innate sense of audience with rare entrepreneurial energy. Is he angling for a job as a press agent? Seems kind of that way. Additionally,
she's a lesbian. He should know that.
Yeah. Additionally, she understood in a way her spineless, now complaining former colleagues from the mainstream press world never did, that in order to survive and retain her audience, she would need to take risks and bet on herself. After building a broad roster at the Free Press, she's taking a $200 million offer to save desperate, near-extinct CBS News. Naturally, every entitled, fat-keistered slob clogging the rolls of non-functional news organizations is crying she doesn't deserve it. How many of these plaintive mannequins denouncing her grift would have the guts to leave one of the cushiest gigs in the print media and bet on themselves in the open market? 0.0%, as in not one. Journalism is dying because of a succession of factual disasters, but the major cross-industry problem is a universal belief that audience is owed. Modern journalists think your eyeballs belong to them. They see worrying about commercial success as demeaning and are often happier if their work isn't widely read because they believe America's audience is a great moron. Holy straw man, Batman. Okay, I don't think there are any journalists who prefer that their work is not widely read, but I get what you're doing here. You're trying to present these people in the corporate media as villainous ghouls in order to act as a foil for Bari Weiss, who is, by comparison, some brilliant Randian entrepreneur of the media space, none of which is true. I mean, it is true that these people in the corporate media are ghoulish, but really what you're doing here, it's kind of like where they saw that Hannibal Lecter was the star coming out of Silence of the Lambs, so they wanted to make him the hero of the next movie. How do you make a cannibal the hero of your movie? You have to offset him with someone who's even worse. Right. So they did the Gary Oldman character. He's a fan of the playground with a sliced off face, right? They make him worse so Hannibal Lecter can be the avenging angel. That's basically what Matt's doing here, but he's doing it in reverse. Yes, these people in the corporate media like Joan Walsh are horrible ghouls. Bari Weiss is far worse than anyone who's been named so far in that article, or if you read the whole thing, indeed, in the entire article. Now, the idea that these people think their audience are great morons, as he put it, yeah, you know, they think Americans are great morons. You don't think your audience are great morons? Well, let's take a look at your work since early July. What happened July 8th? July 8th, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino and Pam Bondi announced that there was nothing to see there with the Epstein files. So Matt's right on that, right? Oh, no. CIA report details Russiagate fraud. At last, John Brennan and James Comey under criminal investigation for Russiagate. Brennan and Comey investigations. MSNBC can't stop lying about Trump and Russia. The case against Brennan and Comey. Okay, so Russiagate. Where's the Epstein? Where's the Epstein? He doesn't mention. Huh. That's weird. Russiagate. Still Russiagate. All right, we're into late July here. I don't see anything. More Russiagate. Barack Obama and Russiagate. Okay. All right. So you get the picture. I can tell you, because I went through it, there's nothing about Epstein at all. So you don't consider your current subscribers great morons? Like you expect them to think that's normal? That the most important thing happening at the moment, that's at the moment that story is breaking, is Russiagate. That's the most important story at that moment. A story that they clearly timed because they weren't able to quell the uproar from their own base about Epstein. This is why you cannot decide you're still going to be a journalist and have a whole area that you don't cover, not because you feel like you don't know about it. That's part of your job, right? You're a journalist. If you don't know about it, your job is to become informed about it. I didn't really know what I know about that subject on October 8th. I made it my business and my responsibility to learn more about it. And frankly, I'm quite sure Taibbi knows more than I've learned about it. But for whatever reason, he doesn't want to talk about it. At which point, again, stop embarrassing yourself. Retire. You're embarrassing yourself. You're ruining your legacy by continuing to be in this space under circumstances where, for whatever reason, man, I don't believe it's a natural evolution. It doesn't look that way. It looks to me like they got something on the guy and he's afraid to talk about this. So retire, man. Retire. I mean, I know you got a nut to cover, but you got to have some savings there. So you're talking about Joan Walsh and all these people like they're the most horrible people in the world. It's very weird to do that in defense of somebody who arguably literally got a Palestinian poet killed for, maybe a bad joke, but it was a joke. So if you remember, shortly after October 7th, there were a lot of misleading claims about babies in ovens and this kind of thing. It wasn't very long before even Israeli journalists were disowning these stories. Right? There's an Israeli journalist here. There's a certain story that has been published on social networks in recent weeks, oven, from checking in with the IDF, Zakah, Shura Camp, and more. You don't know of such an event. Spreading incorrect stories will harm Israeli propaganda. This guy is worried about harming Israeli propaganda. He's certainly not motivated to downplay this, right? He's saying don't make up fake stories because then people won't believe our propaganda. Okay. So that was already out there. The Palestinian poet, I forget his last name right now.
Rafat Al-Arir.
Al-Arir. Rafat Al-Arir.
Yeah.
So
I'm not sure if I pronounced his first name right. I apologize.
Well,
but that's Rafat Al-Arir. Yeah.
So somebody reported falsely about the baby being found in an oven. And he made, like it's a bad joke, but if there's any people who should understand the response of gallows humor to horrific circumstances, it should be Jews.
Well, I also think that the reason he made that joke is because it was a debunked story. So he was making that joke to point out the fact that it was a fake story.
Well, of course.
That was the point of it.
He's not making light.
No, he's not making light of
right.
an actual murdered baby. Right, exactly.
Right. So he says with or without baking powder.
Right.
He's pointing out the absurdity
of the story. Right.
Of the story. So Bari Weiss calls him out publicly. Here is Rafat Al-Arir joking about whether or not an Israeli baby burned alive in an oven was cooked with or without baking powder. She's not stupid. She knows damn well what he was doing there.
Right.
But this is the statement she makes. He tweets famously now, quote tweets her, If I get killed by Israeli bombs or my family is harmed, I blame Bari Weiss and her like. Many maniacal Israeli soldiers already bombing Gaza take these lies and smears seriously, and they act upon them. And sure enough, January of 2024, Zay Squirrel posted this in June. Today is the 6-month anniversary of Rafat Al-Arir's murder, along with members of his family, including young children, after Bari Weiss put a kill target on him in an active genocide zone. So now this is the person that you're trying to favorably compare to Joan Walsh, the lib, the dumb lib. Is Joan Walsh's dumb libbiness in any way comparable to what Bari Weiss did here, getting this man and his family killed? These people that you have such contempt for in the corporate media, and they're contemptible. We've done plenty of gigs. It's one of the reasons I love this book so much. No argument there. But to take Israel out of a story about Bari Weiss taking over CBS is burying the lead, does not even begin to describe it. And this is why you cannot be a journalist if you will not cover this topic. You need to retire. You need to stop embarrassing yourself. This story broke the dam for so many people, ourselves included, because it's so deranged. To write a story about this and try to make it a story about corporate media stiffs versus the plucky underdog upstart. Never say the word Israel in a story about Bari Weiss taking over CBS and being, which he doesn't touch and really distorts, grossly overpaid, as we will get into, for her glorified fucking blog.
Well, yeah. I'll put this very concisely because I know you're going to get more into the details. The story is the second richest man on earth and number one private donor to the IDF on earth is now, through this merger, this Paramount Skydance merger deal, taking over CBS, and he's picking a fanatical, violent, genocidal Zionist censor to put in charge of it. That's the story.
That's the story.
If you don't mention that, you are not telling the story.
Of course.
It's as simple as that.
You're willfully avoiding the story.
Right.
You're doing such a grotesque disservice to your audience, to your readers, and frankly, for somebody who clearly has a deep affection for the profession of journalism, it is a grotesque crime against journalism to pass that off as reporting, whatever the fuck that article was supposed to be. So here he is kind of reinforcing the point. It's amazing how people think of every motive but money when looking at the CBS deal. It's a major corporation that needs to regain lost audience. Incredible how many people think these companies can just lose money indefinitely. So this is kind of his core premise that he goes with, that Bari Weiss has been so incredibly successful with the free press that there's no motive to hire her other than they need this new blood from the indie space to reimagine CBS. That's the motive, which, look, again, this is why you cannot be a fucking journalist if you won't cover that subject, because this is batshit. If you know any of the backstory, as you just pointed out, about Ellison, his contributions to the IDF, Weiss's Zionism, even if you think you've got a case that that's not why, well, then you make that case. But he's in a box where he can't even address the case. He can't even address it. So you're writing this article that's from another fucking universe.
Right.
That has nothing to do with the story.
It's a parallel reality. Right.
It's completely irrelevant to this entire story. And it's not even right on the facts. It's not even right on the facts. I never imagined in my wildest dreams that I would be giving lessons in journalism to Matt Taibbi, but here we are. Okay. So this is what you do, Matt. You got a fucking internet connection, right? what you do is you plug in the computer and you Google stuff. You look at like, well, how many views does the free press get on YouTube to justify that value? Not many. Not many. We do better than the free press, most of our videos. Let's see, you got, most of them are around 10,000, less, 3,000, 5,000. They've got one banner video that broke 200,000. But most of these are, 10, 15 range, less than 10.
This video will definitely do better than all of those when we clip it.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident in that.
So you want to say, well, the money is not in that. The money is in the subscribers on the Substack, on the blog. Her blog is incredibly, not really. I mean, you can't tell if it's not your page, how many views these have gotten. But you could tell how many likes they've gotten. You can tell how many comments they've gotten. What is this? 36 comments on the top left there. 31 likes. 149 on the Amy Coney Barrett comments. 52 likes. I mean, that's pretty much the range of these things. I mean, they're small Substacks do better than that. Like, if anything, with as visible as Bari Weiss is and the free press is, this is really a failed attempt at a news organization. You got randos who do much better than this. So what's justifying that valuation? Where is that money coming from? Where is that money coming from? If it's not coming from, she has some paid subscribers, not enough to justify a $200 million valuation. And as we see, they don't have a lot of traffic to the site. You don't have a lot of people reading their articles. And you don't have a lot of people watching their videos. So why would this organization even be surviving? Like, why isn't it bankrupt? Okay, so again, here's a lesson in journalism. You type and you search things, okay? You go into the search engine of your choice. And very quickly, you could come up with a wealth of information about where the money to support this organization came from. This organization that certainly doesn't get enough traffic to have survived on its own. Bari Weiss's media startup valued at $100 million in funding round. This is from September of last year. So who's giving it that value? Is from the Financial Times. The Free Press raised about $15 million in its most recent fundraising, according to two people close to the process, valuing it at about $100 million. The fundraise was backed by multiple wealthy individuals, according to one of these people. Weiss has previously raised money from investors such as venture capitalists, including Mark Andreessen and David Sachs. Hedge fund boss Paul Marshall's Old Queen Street Ventures is also among its investors. See how easy that was? See how easy it was to find out where the money for this organization actually comes from? It's coming from a bunch of hedge fund managers and oligarchs, all of whom have a history of influencing and buying media and social media outlets and investing in them in order to push a personal vision, message, and social agenda. Now, this is not new. Does anyone think Jeff Bezos bought the Washington Post for the money-making potential? This is not a meaningful difference from the corporate media that Matt has so effectively decried all these years. It's just a different faction of the oligarchy. This is internecine violence between the elites. It's one wing of the elites that's attached to legacy media versus a new wing of the elites that works more with podcast bros and people like Bari Weiss that buys up indie media. They see where things are going. They see generationally. That's where the energy is. That's where they're putting their money. And they can much more easily push their agenda there because they don't have the old line elites to resist that agenda. They're able to push their message through these outlets. Now, the Matt Taibbi who wrote this, God, man, I wish that Matt Taibbi was around because he would have been the best person to report on this. The reporting that this guy, the guy who wrote this book, could have written such a great book about how these Silicon Valley oligarchs were taking the place of the old William Randolph Hearsts and using independent media to build a very similar kind of ecosystem for the 21st century. This Taibbi wants to tell you about what a great entrepreneur Bari Weiss is. So let's look at who some of these fucking criminal miscreants are that fund the free press. We got Humpty Dumpty there, our favorite, Mark Andreessen, our favorite oligarch. He makes the rounds a lot on friendly podcasts like Joe Rogan that'll fucking give him a nice fucking rusty trombone and not ask any hard questions of him when he comes on. This guy makes his living with dodgy fintech products that have literally destroyed people's lives, destroyed the retirement savings of old ladies. Synapse was a company that imploded. Didn't even take a little money to help make them whole. He could have without even missing lunch. Wouldn't do it. I have no money. Thousands of Americans see their savings vanish in Synapse fintech crisis. There's the same guy who goes on Joe Rogan. We're not going to play the video. I've played it plenty. You can look it up. Mark Andreessen, Do Dissidence. I'm sure it'll come up. Goes on Joe Rogan, talks about how his problem with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is that it's woke. Basically, everything that would hold him accountable for ruining these people's lives is woke. That's woke. I wonder why a guy like this would invest in a media outlet run by somebody with no fucking principles. I wonder why he would invest in that. Because his business, common denominator with all these people, their business is not media. They're in businesses where controlling media is very good for their business. That's why they invest in media, not because it's making money, not because Bari Weiss. I mean, if you're making the argument that Robert Shaw makes in The Sting, what was I going to do? Accuse him of cheating better than me in front of the others? If you're saying Bari Weiss peddled her ass better than you, well, okay, fair enough. Maybe you have like one less shred of your integrity that won't allow you to get fucked by Mark Andreessen. But that's not really an admirable trait in Bari Weiss. David Sachs. David Sachs. Who is this guy? He kind of flies under the radar. Well, now he's the White House AI and crypto czar. But he's also part of that whole PayPal mafia crew who, a lot of people don't know this, most of them have ties to South Africa. Isn't that funny that you got this whole thing about a white genocide in South Africa and all these guys are from South Africa? You're muted if you're saying something. What are you saying?
Oh, no, it was good. I was just saying yes.
Okay, so we're gonna, this is a couple of minutes, but I think it's worth taking a look at because this is exactly the story that this guy would have written so well if he were still with us today. So let's just listen to this. It's worth checking out.
Who are the PayPal mafia, and how are they linked to apartheid-era South Africa?
Well, they're a group of men who are at the top, the founding of PayPal, all of whom in some way or other grew up in South Africa as children. You've got Musk himself, who was born in South Africa and lived there, went to high school there until he was 18 and then moves to Canada. You've got Peter Thiel, who was a co-founder with Musk of PayPal. Thiel was born in Germany, but brought to South Africa as a young child. His father was a mining engineer, lived in Johannesburg, and then moved to Southwest Africa, which was then a South African colony, is now Namibia. And he went to school in Swakopmund, which was notorious as probably the last place on the planet where people still openly greeted each other with Heil Hitler and celebrated Hitler's birthday. He went to a German school there before moving to the United States when he was 10 or 11. You've got David Sachs, who was born in Cape Town. He's big in PayPal and is now Trump's AI and crypto czar. He moved to Tennessee as a relatively young child, but grew up in the white South African diaspora there. And you've got Roelof Botha, who was the son of the grandson of Pick Butcher, the last foreign minister of apartheid South Africa. He was the acceptable face of apartheid. You'll remember he used to run around the United States trying to put a gloss on how they were reforming things and that everything was getting better, which apparently it wasn't. But so you see those four key people at the top of PayPal, and they all have this, very intimate connection to South Africa.
So we.
That sounds like a story for a journalist. That sounds like the kind of thing that somebody who specializes in covering media, who's done a lot of writing about shadowy interests behind reporters, influencing the way they report. Seems like that the guy who wrote this would love that story. I wish he were here. So David Sachs, if you want to look at the profit motive, he has no profit motive. He was one of the people, according to this report, who persuaded Elon Musk to put money into money-losing Twitter. For what purpose, other than to control Twitter? It always lost money. The quiet political rise of David Sachs, Silicon Valley's prophet of urban doom. Like his pals Elon Musk and Peter Thiel, Sachs is using his wealth and online clout to unite conservatives and former leftists in a reactionary movement against liberalism. Sachs is part of the Tesla CEO's shadow crew of friends and consigliere, according to the Wall Street Journal. Text messages that were recently disclosed as part of Musk's legal battle with Twitter showed that Musk sent his friend Sachs a tweet by conservative huckster Dinesh D'Souza expressing support for Musk's takeover of Twitter. Sachs said he retweeted it. In other messages, the two discussed a potential monetary contribution from Sachs for the Twitter acquisition. Now, why would he do that? Why would he do that? Twitter always lost money, still loses money. Elon was offering twice what it was valued at because it's worth it to them because their business is not that media platform. They're using that media platform to attack and put pressure on politicians. They're using that media platform to boost and amplify voices that put out the messages that they want put out, to get the conversation steered in directions that are favorable for them in regulatory terms. Look at Andreessen and Elon and Bezos. They were all after the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Look how effective it was. Now it's completely gutted. They don't care if these things lose the money in and of themselves. It's gaining them billions and trillions of dollars through the influence they gain from these things, like the free, of which the free press is just one part of their strategy. This one, what could be wrong with a hedge fund Christian evangelist buying up media outlets? I don't see any problem there. How faith drives bidder for Telegraph who wields growing influence on Tories. This is David, right? David Marshall. Marshall, hang on, am I right about that? No, Paul Marshall, Sir Paul Marshall. Marshall, a hedge fund boss, is not yet a household name. Yet he is on his way to building a media empire and accumulating political power to rival Rupert Murdoch's. First, he launched the website Unheard, aimed at Westminster opinion formers. Then he helped fund the populist right-wing news channel GB News, and now owns The Spectator. I added that. That's my editorial note about The Spectator. What sets Marshall apart from other media owners is the way his belief in evangelical Christianity influences his work in media and politics. He worships at Holy Trinity Brompton, HTB, an influential parish church in Knightsbridge in the borough of Kensington and Chelsea, southwest London. HTB, which recently pushed back against plans for the Church of England to bless same-sex relationships, is the center of C of E evangelicalism and the former church of the Archbishop of Canterbury. It also gave birth to the wildly successful Alpha Course, responsible for converting millions of people around the world to Christianity and for encouraging talking in tongues. One of those who found faith through the course was the adventurer Bear Grylls, an occasional attendee at HTB, who last week baptized Russell Brand in the Thames. There you go. There's some nightmare fuel for you folks. I had to see it. Now you have to see it. So this is a very wealthy upper crust church known for its wealthy, influential members, like Marshall, like Brand, and they evangelize people into Christianity. And this hedge fund evangelical Christian who belongs to this very elite church in England has been buying up media outlets like they're going out of style. That sounds like a fucking story to me, right? I mean, there's more to this story than just the Israel angle. There's a lot here. You know what probably is the dumbest angle? Joan Walsh is jealous. That's right.
She's a jealous loser.
That's the dumbest angle you could go with here. But there's more. Sir Paul Marshall, the hedge fund manager and co-owner of GB News, who sits on the board of HTB's Church Revitalization Trust, has deleted all of his posts on X after an investigation highlighted that he had liked and retweeted anti-Muslim tweets. One post liked by the account read, "It is just a matter of time before civil war starts in Europe. The native," I'm getting an echo. Do you have a weird setting on there?
No, that happened a couple times on the last show too, and our settings are good.
With Lee? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. To go on. The native European population is losing patience with the fake refugee invaders. Another read, "If we want European civilization to survive, we need to not just close the borders, but start mass expulsions immediately. We don't stand a chance unless we start that process very soon." Okay, so now this is a twist, and I'm sure a lot of you already know this, but I did not know this until I did this research. His son is Winston Marshall.
Oh, wow.
Winston Marshall, one of the two backers of the douchebag dialogues, which was full of journalists from Unheard. You see how it all comes together? It all comes full circle.
It's a big club, and you ain't in it.
Now that seems like a pretty interesting story. You know what's funny? His dad tweeted out that stuff, and this is from a week ago. The brutal reality of speaking out against the Muslim community in Britain, right? This is not any different from the old corporate media. It's just a new corporate media using different tools and pushing a slightly different agenda. And in the end, me, you, most of the people you know, you're just pawns in a fight between different wings of the oligarchy that have broadly common interests. That's why in the end, George Bush is, getting hugged by Michelle Obama. In the end, most of the fighting you see between these people is WWE. Broadly speaking, they're of the same class. They got each other's backs in the end. So somebody asked, "You are anti-Israel, Matt?" And he responded, he kind of mixed it up with people a little bit. "I don't write about it at all. Everyone seems convinced in their opinion, so why interfere?" Man, I've seen some weak-kneed cop-outs in my life, but that one has to take the fucking cake. So why you're above that conversation? Because everyone's already formed an opinion. Well, if you feel that way, people are pretty opinionated about most things that they consider important. Why don't you just shut the fuck up and stop writing? Why don't you just stop? Like, you could apply that to anything, right? People have very strong opinions about Russiagate. So why do you talk about that relentlessly, right? Is it because it's before October 7th, so it's one of the only subjects that you can sink your teeth into and pretend that you're still a journalist? It's one of the only subjects you can cover that doesn't involve Israel because it predates October 7th. Is that you want we haven't seen enough of? We need more Twitter Files articles at this moment. We don't need any coverage of Epstein. We don't need any coverage of how you got a weird cabal of Silicon Valley oligarchs taking over the new media. We don't need any. We need more articles about shit from 4 years ago. That's what we need. Pikachu here says, yuck, bad tasting take from Matt Taibbi. Her audience size does not warrant such a large buyout. It is not even close to meritocratic. Seems like there is good evidence it is for propagandistic reasons. And she tags Glenn. Does anyone from Matt's original audience stay subscribed to him? And Matt responded to this. That's ridiculous. Bari's obvious ambition from the start was to build a large traditional news outlet in the independent space. She's the only one who's pulled it off. If Glenn Greenwald built a newsroom, I'd be saying he should get it, but none of us went that way while she did. Well, as I just demonstrated, your fucking core premise is completely wrong because you're refusing to do journalism and you're willfully missing the fucking point. No, she did not build a successful news outlet unless your definition of success is selling out to a group of oligarchs that saw value in pushing the kind of propaganda that she was willing to sell, and probably, I mean, in the case of Zionism, certainly ideologically aligned to. I mean, if that's your definition of success, then you should consider these corporate media outlets to keep going because they get funded from these shadowy interests. You should consider them very successful, right? Everyone who gets money from the arms industry, from pharmaceutical companies. I mean, if your standard is you can get money from people who want to use your platform to spread their propaganda, what's your issue with corporate media? That's exactly what it is. Isn't that the critique? Isn't that the critique? I thought that was the critique. So why is Bari Weiss to be celebrated for that, while CNN or NBC are to be pilloried for it? So Glenn keeps coming up, and it's funny because Glenn is not afraid to say the word Israel or Palestine or Gaza. So he's actually able to cover this story like a journalist. So he says right here, kind of knocking down this whole idea that this company was built up from the ground by pluck and vim and vigor. Most of the videos of the Free Press, including Bari's podcast, barely break 10,000 views on YouTube. On a scale of 1 to 10 for online impact, this might be a 3. You see that, Keaton? We're out of 4.
Yeah, that's right.
Whatever the 200 million is for, it's not for the real value of her blog, but for Bari's role in spouting Israel propaganda. And he goes on. Larry Ellison's son, a family whose overwhelming cause is Israel, bought Paramount and CBS from Shari Redstone, who has the same cause, and will now give Bari Weiss 100 to 200 million to buy her Israeli state media outlet and put her in charge of CBS News's editorial direction. Now, we're going to give some love here to James Lee, who's actually, I think I could say, a friend of the show. He did a great job summing this up. So maybe this will spark something in Matt. Maybe he'll watch this and his heart will grow 3 sizes. He'll remember what journalism is, what journalism looks like, what somebody who's not living in terror of actually talking about what's actually going on in the actual world in a way that's actually relevant to his actual viewers. This is what that sounds like.
Take a look at who's bankrolling the enterprise. It's the who's who of pro-Israel VCs. You got Mark Andreessen, whose VC firm A16Z has been very public about ramping up investments in Israeli tech. There's also Howard Schultz, the Starbucks billionaire whose foundation pledged to, quote, help Israel heal and rebuild right after October 7th. And speaking of business, if we just take a look at this from a business transaction perspective, it makes absolutely no sense.
I don't care how many, Bari Weiss, whose company is, sold now, is going to sell to CBS for $3 trillion or something. Larry Ellison's son's buying the Free Press. The very important Free Press blog that is on Substack is worth $250 million. And I like Barry, but the one that gets like 7,500 views on YouTube, that powerhouse conglomerate media company is worth $250 million, by the way. So the Tim Dillon show's apparently worth $1 billion. Hello, Miriam.
Yeah, the Free Press, according to what they tell us, has about 155,000 subscribers. So maybe around $15 million a year in revenue. Certainly respectable for a blog, a Substack, but $200 million, that is 10 to 15 times revenue, an insane multiple that makes absolutely no sense, unless you're after something more than subscribers.
The point, though, in the Bari Weiss case is that it is entirely an intellectual sheen on pro-Israel and pro-Zionism. If you read about it, David Ellison and others are genuinely only want to buy the Free Press to support Israel. That's it.
Yeah, let's talk about the guy behind all of this, David Ellison. He's the Hollywood heir who runs Skydance, the company that just took over Paramount and by extension CBS News. But to understand him, you've got to look at his dad, Larry Ellison. Larry built Oracle, a company that literally started on a CIA contract, and today the company powers U.S. intelligence, the Pentagon, and plenty of spy agencies. And Larry isn't just another Silicon Valley billionaire. He's also one of the largest private donors to the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, pouring millions of dollars into friends of the IDF. He's also close buddies with Netanyahu and hosted Trump for a fundraiser at his Hawaiian estate. And that's why this deal matters, because Paramount's crown jewel isn't Nickelodeon or MTV, it is CBS News. It is the network, like I said, of Walter Cronkite with institutional investigative tentpoles like 60 Minutes. That is the real prize. They don't care about Bari Weiss's blog subscribers. What they're after is Bari Weiss's pseudo-intellectual sheen and her worldview installed inside of CBS. So that the next time CBS runs a story critical of Israel, like when they were instructed not to acknowledge Jerusalem as part of the country, or when they give platform to voices inconvenient for Israel, like Ta-Nehisi Coates. They want someone in the building, like a Bari Weiss, to make sure that it doesn't happen again. Glenn Greenwald, quote, "The so-called Free Press is engaged in one of the most blatant campaigns of atrocity denials in years. That's why the Ellison family, now buying Paramount CBS, wants Bari Weiss in there, in service of a foreign government they are all desperate to protect and whitewash." So let's be clear, this was never about building Paramount into a stronger company. It's not about competing with Substack. This is all about proving loyalty to Israel. That's the play. It's not a media deal. It's tribute. It's insurance. It's a guarantee that the next time CBS 60 Minutes or the Nightly News questions Israel, there is someone inside to kill that story.
Okay, there you go. That's it. And if Matt disagrees with that, he should have written an article explaining why he disagrees with that. But obviously, there's nothing really there to disagree with. What are you going to disagree with? You're really going to argue that a blog that gets often less than 100 comments on its articles, that gets less than 10,000 views on its videos, is worth $200 million on the merits? That they're bringing in the genius that built up that kind of an organization to save CBS and not to act as an agent for Israel in the building. And you know what a bonus is? Remember, all these people, all these Silicon Valley oligarchs, they're all connected. They're all connected. It's a big club and you're not in it. Ellison paying $200 million for that? He's paying off all of these guys who invested in it. They're getting that money. Andreessen's getting paid. Marshall's getting paid. Sachs is getting paid. They're all getting paid, man. They're all making out like bandits. It's a big club. That is the story here. The idea that the story is that, the people at The Nation don't know how to run their business and the New York Times editorial staff is insane. The idea that that's the story, it's it's less that it is a crime against journalism to write an article describing this that way and then to go out and defend it like you did a good job here, like there's something here to defend. I'm sorry, man. We talked about this offline. I'll say it here. When you got the raisin-faced Medusa, as Keaton dubbed her, much to Taibbi's delight, by the way, Debbie
like
Wasserman Schmuck, and Plaskett, two more off-putting people you'd be hard-pressed to find, grilling you all day. And then the Biden administration, he was probably too out of it to know what was going on, but somebody there sent the IRS to his house the day he testified. And Taibbi was questioning all of the, the Democrats and the woke scene. I mean, we questioned that too. That's why we bonded pretty well. We were pretty much in the same place ideologically as people who kind of, were kind of red-pilled in the broadest sense of that term by a lot of what happened in the years between 2016 and 2020. That all made sense. And the fact that Taibbi would like cozy up to people like Jim Jordan, who helped him in that situation, I always said that, man. Like, I wouldn't report negatively on Jim Jordan if he did that for me. Like, I would be honest with my audience. Like, I recuse myself from subjects involving him. The guy helped me out when they sent the IRS to my house. All of that was like a sensible evolution. I went on a similar evolution. What's happened since October 7th with Taibbi, I cannot account for. It's not natural. I can't account for it any other way than he is compromised in some way. I don't know what they have over him, but it doesn't make sense. It's not natural. You don't just all of a sudden become a regard. You don't all of a sudden become somebody so stupid that you would write that article as if like that's a good article, right? As if that's something you want to put out into the world. You don't all of a sudden become somebody like that. You don't all of a sudden become somebody who won't report on the Epstein files and just wants to keep replaying your greatest hits from 4 years ago. The guy who wrote this, it's not natural. It's not natural. I believe that they have something on him. That's what I believe at this point. I didn't think that at first, but as I've seen his work get worse and worse and worse and more off base. Look, October 8th, I wrote an article right after October 7th. We dropped it. Taibbi shared it. And it was very much an analysis of how the pro-Palestine movement was the bad karma of critical theory come back to haunt them because they raised all these kids on post-colonial theory and now they expected them to mean it and they never did. He shared that, man. He shared that. I don't think he would now. Like, it's gotten worse. But that tells you where his sentiment actually is, as you would expect. I've met Taibbi more than once. Very nice guy. He was always very nice to us. That's why, as I say, I take no joy in doing a segment like this. When I say he should retire, it's partly out of affection, man. Like, he's embarrassing himself. I don't like to see it. I like to see this guy destroying his legacy and his image and his reputation in that way. I would much rather see Matt go fishing. And, for whatever reason that he couldn't report on this, we can speculate, right? But keeping himself out there is just destroying his legacy. I don't know. I can't judge it. I don't know. I don't have a family to threaten. And we're not big enough yet. I mean, in a way, you're better off not getting that big. I don't want anybody coming to me and being like, well, do you want to do what we tell you? Or do you want to be checking under your car every morning for the rest of your life? Like, I don't know, but it doesn't make sense. This is not a natural political evolution. This is not Paul Wolfowitz. It does not track with the guy who wrote this. It doesn't naturally proceed from the premises. I believe he's been threatened or there's blackmail material on him. That's pure speculation. I have no evidence of that, to make it clear, but that is what I believe based on the evidence.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even go as far as to speculate in that way, because to me, it's just on the face of it. You see the consequence of declaring a certain topic off limits, especially when that topic is so all-encompassing. I mean, for whatever the reason. He told us the reason off the record, and so I won't repeat it. But if you watched his interview with Sabby, which he did around the same time as he did ours, I think they were like days apart.
Yeah.
He told her he had a bad experience covering the issue, meaning the Israel-Palestine issue, and that is sufficient. Like if you heard him say that, the specific, like, I know what the specific incident was because he told us off the air and off the record. If you know that what he said on Sabby publicly, then you know it, right? Like you don't have to know the specifics of it to know that that is his story on this. And at a certain point, like I said, I'm not going to speculate as to like anything in terms of threats or blackmail, but I will say that like I frankly don't believe that is the only reason why he doesn't cover this at this point. I don't. It could be audience capture. It could be that you went so hard, and I remember when you were at Rescue the Republic, you asked him, hey, aren't you a little hesitant to throw your lot in with this fucking crew because they look like they're pretty freakish? And he gave you some answer, like, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Well, here we are, man. Like, we're at it. We're at it. They locked the guy in jail for 104 days for his opinion on Palestine. I'm talking about Mahmoud Khalil, which Taibbi wrote a couple of articles about, and then that was it for the whole time.
And that was part of why I held fire too, and probably a lot of other people. I was hoping he'd make his way back.
Right, make his way back into it. But yeah, if you're going to pretend that a Holocaust isn't happening, that's your prerogative. But you can't pretend that a Holocaust isn't happening and then write about stories that, even if tangentially, are still very much related to that ongoing Holocaust, and cover them with any modicum of seriousness. Because you are just intentionally sidestepping the whole point of the story. To act as if this is a story about jealousy and egos within the media is just nonsense. And frankly, given the immense wealth of the characters involved, I don't believe money is a motivator at all. What do they need CBS News to make? But what the fuck does David Ellison need CBS News to be in the black for? What, she's going to bring her business acumen to CBS News because he needs that to generate profit? Why?
Do you see that last video? It cracked 15,000 views.
Even if she was a business genius, even if she was a successful businesswoman, they don't need that at CBS News. Larry Ellison doesn't need that at CBS News. They need a narrative manager at CBS News. That's why they have CBS News.
Exactly.
Now. And their choice in, whatever she will be, the de facto editor-in-chief, I guess, however it's referred to in the TV world, is very, very obvious. It's very, very obvious what they want her there for. And to, tighten up the operation and make it more profitable and streamlined is not the motivation. That is quite obvious. It is really about as obvious as could be.
Yep.
All right. So we got here, Dorian Marquis says the rich fat kid from Queens who dodged Vietnam several times while in heavyweight champion opted for prison. The heavyweight champion opted for prison sells war to MAGA dummies. Thank you for that, Dorian Marquis. Kuznetsky Bassane says, I'm so sick of trying to write around YouTube AI censors. What true democracy requires is citizens to express themselves in ellipses and code words. That's right, Kuznetsky Bassane. Taibbi, a contraptionist, a ContraPoints era. Ryan Laverty, thanks for the $9.99. Yet Cat Turd doesn't say only 5% of drugs come from Venezuela, while Rubio is pickle smooching the Ecuador that produced 60% of drugs from South America. Sheep till the end. Typical. Thank you. Marilyn Kelly, thanks for the $10. How come no one remembers Taibbi touring with Krista of Canada during financial crash? I never heard that. Taibbi plus Barry plus X-Files equals PSYOP 2 flip woke script. Thanks, Brad Gilbert. Corey Giles, thanks for the $10 super sticker. Appreciate that. All right, Jake, can we hit the scroll, please? Thank you very much. All right, folks. So, hey, if you like what we do here and you want to help us do more of it, The best way to do so is to become a member. DoDissidents.com/Patreon, DoDissidents.com/Substack, or DoDissidents.com/Locals. All three membership platforms start at just $5 a month. They get you all kinds of perks, including special movie club live streams, post-game live streams, and, of course, call-in access to our weekly Q&As every Sunday night. Tonight is Sunday, so we will be going over there after the conclusion of the show for our Q&A. You also get your name up in lights on the scroll, an end credit in our upcoming Huru documentary, and you also get ad-free live stream replays emailed to you the day after they broadcast live. So if you miss a show, you get to watch it back commercial-free at your convenience. You guys are the backbone of the show. Of course, we thank you very much for all of your support. That's DoDissidents.com/Patreon, Substack, or Locals. Links are at the top of that scroll. You guys make the show happen, so thank you all for your support. Furrow Screen says, which Shigo sent you a $5 Rumble rant at the start of the show, telling you, did you not see it? I guess I did not. Sorry, Which Shigo. He was arrested along with 800 others, and he didn't make it easy for them. Absolute respect. Were you there too, Furrow Screen? Or were you not there? You just found out on the Super Chat? EO Shush, when you look at this administration, it's like they took the cast of Arrested Development and put them in the White House. They just added the magician. God bless. Yeah, exactly. Hanhawk says, call the DOD what it is. At least they won't misspell war. Well, probably. Yeah, exactly. Buddhist Nudist, has anyone tried asking Taibbi to point out where in the doll Stacy Plaskin hurt him? Thank you. Free Shit says, John Kiriakou also said there is no Epstein files, so I thought the story was over, but yeah, fucking don't comment. Matt. Gen X Lefty says, Max beat his freedom of speech, but he's mum about criminalizing anti-Zionist speech or burning Israeli flags. He's broken my heart over the last 2 years. Yep.
Yeah, I meant to say, I mean, it's probably pointless given Hagar's report, but of course, Matt is welcome to come on anytime if he wants to answer any of this.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I was going to say we could, but yeah, I mean, Pete invited him and he said not only, I mean, he didn't even ignore him. He just said no. And
told him to go
why.
fuck his mother, right?
Yeah, I don't know if he told him to go fuck his mother, but he said no, and I'm not interested in talking about Israel.
Yeah,
so.
and I'm sure that would be his response here too.
Yeah. Yes, probably. Let's see here. EO Shusha, did you hear Joe Rogan say the rumors aren't true that he won't have Whitney Webb? He said he has thousands of people wanting to be on the show, like the third-rate comics who told the strange joke he likes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. yeah, right, exactly. Hey, there's a waiting list over here.
Whitney Webb, Henchcliffe.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we want to, I just got back from St. Louis. That guy, the Elephant Graveyard, has done several very good videos on Rogan. We would love to get him on and talk about that.
Oh, yeah. Exactly. Freddie X says, here's good Taibbi news. I have a monthly subscription budget 6 to 8 months ago when I dumped him largely for this reason is when I finally started paying you guys. All right, well, thanks. There you go.
Well, thank you.
That warms the heart. Appreciate that very much. Okay, all right. We got more super chats over here. We'll get to those in a moment. Okay, where am I at here? Moving right along. All right, so this is a quick one, folks, but a fun one. What the hell? House Speaker confuses White House with claim Trump was an FBI snitch. That's right. Did you hear Mike Johnson claimed Donald Trump was an FBI informant in the Jeffrey Epstein case? Trump administration officials, finally a fun one. We haven't had much fun tonight. It's been a kind of a dark show, kind of a downer. Should have put this one toward the beginning. Trump administration officials are perplexed.
I'm having a ball.
Yeah, as many people are, by House Speaker Mike Johnson's claims that Donald Trump was an FBI informant in the case against Jeffrey Epstein, who died by self-deletion in 2019 while awaiting trial on charges he sexually abused and trafficked scores of underage girls. The president and Epstein had a well-documented friendship. On Friday, Johnson made the confusing remarks about the president when a reporter asked him about Trump, repeatedly referring to the Epstein scandal as the Democrat Epstein hoax. So here is Mike Johnson doing some cleanup duty for that remark and letting out of the bag, that Trump was an FBI informant in the case.
What Epstein did is a hoax. It's a terrible, unspeakable evil. He believes that himself. When he first heard the rumor, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. He was an FBI informant to try to take this stuff down. The president knows and has great sympathy for the women who have suffered these unspeakable harms. It's detestable to him. He and I have spoken about this as recently as 24 hours ago.
Yeah. He was an FBI informant. Let's play that one more time.
Kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. He was an FBI informant to try to take this stuff down. The president
He was
knows.
an FBI informant to try and take this stuff down. That's right. According to 5 Trump administration officials and others close to the president, Johnson's informant claim on Friday night sparked widespread confusion within the ranks of Trump's government, with several senior officials blindsided or just completely perplexed by what the Trump-aligned House Speaker could have possibly meant. For some in the administration, the confusion spilled over into Saturday, with some officials still unsure about whether Johnson was citing some explosive, unheard-of insider information, or if he misspoke or was freelancing extemporaneously. What the hell is he doing? One senior Trump administration appointee told Rolling Stone after being asked about the Johnson informant comment. Other Trump advisors say it's their understanding that Johnson was referencing past claims made in the media about Trump. However, these claims did not amount to the idea he was a federal informant. Of course not. But you know who ran with this is Tim Pool. Tim Pool. So this is now the theory now in MAGA Cope world, which is that Trump has been so eager to push this under the rug because he's actually working behind the scenes to bust perps like Jeffrey Epstein, but he doesn't want it to come out that he was an informant because that will soil his relationship with the other elites who won't trust him anymore because he's working against one of their own. So let's hear this. Let's hear this brilliant monologue, brilliant take from Tim Pool about this.
Now, there's a couple theories on this. One is that Mike Johnson let slip this statement to try and protect Trump's reputation. There's also that, basically like, oh, did you know he was an FBI informant? Stopping it? That's why. Or I think there's a strong possibility here. I don't know for sure. I'm not saying I trust Trump on any of this stuff.
This is probably not true, but I'm going to get about 9 minutes of this, and that should be good for some ad revenue. So let's go for it.
It says in the files, whatever. Let's get the files and figure it out. But let's at least entertain. Did Speaker Mike Johnson maybe accidentally just slip up that Trump was an FBI informant? And the reason why Trump doesn't want the documents released is that they're going to show that Trump was snitching on powerful people. That's prominent, wealthy individuals doing untoward things. And the documents are going to show that Donald Trump was a snitch.
Here's the argument that I don't know, obviously, but the argument against that would be if there was material in the Epstein files that would be damaging to Donald Trump and his business relationships, it would have been out by now.
I disagree.
The Democrats would have gotten them with it.
If it was implicative of Trump, if the documents show that Trump was doing bad things to children and underage girls, they'd have released it. But if the documents show that Trump was working with law enforcement to stop this, that's not damaging to Trump's reputation among his voters. It's damaging to Trump's reputation among powerful elites he needs to do deals with. So the Democrats might be thinking, it's going to help Trump. If we leak files showing that Trump stopped Epstein, people are going to cheer for him.
See, Trump is trying to bring the pedo ring down, and that's why the Democrats don't want it to come out, because it'll make Trump look like the hero that he is. But also, Trump doesn't want it to come out because it's going to blow his cover and turn the rest of the elites against him. That's that's
the
theory. That is quite the narrative.
There's
well,
go work for
Rocket News.
Yeah, there's a saying in the big house: snitches get stitches.
Yeah.
So that's part of why the president doesn't want to discuss this.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to get any stitches. It's just insane. That's insane. I think our theory is probably correct. If you notice, the young people like Rokana that are too young to have done anything on the island are all like, release that shit.
Right.
The Clinton generation don't want to talk about this. Oh, it's a distraction. What did Pelosi say? Oh, it's a distraction.
Right.
People who know that they either themselves are implicated or know people are implicated are not so hot on this.
Exactly.
It's going to help Trump. If we leak files showing that Trump stopped Epstein, people are going to cheer for him.
Right.
Trump may be saying, if they find out that I ratted on Bill Gates and Bill Clinton and I was the one actually spying on him or wore a wire or did who knows what, these people aren't going to want to do deals with his business. If Trump was snitching on prominent world leaders, I'm not saying he did. I'm not saying I believe that's the case, but it could be an explanation.
Yeah, it could be an explanation. Yeah, I buy that. Yeah, no, he wore a wire around Bill Gates and tried to bring down Bill Gates because he was so morally offended. Bill Gates, who was just yucking it up with the other day.
Oh, was he?
About he was there.
No, he comes up in my he comes up in the Arkansas story.
Oh yeah. No, he is. He's wearing a wire trying to bust Bill Gates. Wow. I mean, that is just incredible.
You know what I think? I think this kind of wild speculation will help me retain a large part of my audience that needs this kind of cope to get through the day.
Yeah, exactly. Right. They need some kind of story to tell themselves, right, to explain Trump's obviously guilty behavior. Well, here's Thomas Massie on the morning show, the Sunday morning show this morning, making a pretty good point here. Hey, if it's a hoax, why was Donald Trump an informant to a hoax? Good question.
Response to Speaker Johnson right there. He says you've been misled. He also suggested at one point this week, seemed to suggest that President Trump was an informant to the FBI about Jeffrey Epstein. Your reaction?
Well, they haven't been misled, and the speaker's point that the victim's safety is compromised or privacy is false, because when we asked the survivors at our event, did they support the legislation that Ro Khanna and I have introduced, they all said yes. Now, I don't know if the speaker misspoke when he said that Donald Trump was an informant. The lawyers for the victim said that Donald Trump had been helpful in 2009 in their case by giving them information. But being an informant implies some formal connection and ongoing relationship with the FBI. I don't know what that's all about. I think the speaker needs to clarify that. And if it's a hoax, why was Donald Trump an informant to a hoax?
Congressman.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's so absurd to claim that he was an informant, that is actually true. Like, to actually go off that being true. Yeah, there's been chirping in the media that Donald Trump had this falling out with Epstein and that maybe he had some shit on Epstein that he gave up. That's very different from saying that he was an FBI informant. First of all, if you know anything about the FBI and the way they operate and who they lure into their world as informants, it's people with checkered pasts, shall we say, who go in and work for the FBI so that they don't get thrown in jail, right? Like, that is who the FBI goes to inform, right? You hear the witness protection program in the mafia, right? Like, that's who they grab. So it's not exactly a sterling testament to the character of Donald Trump that he was an informant. But of course, he was not an informant. Of course, that was Johnson's way of saying, a very clumsy and stupid way of saying that, yeah, he had a falling out with Jeffrey Epstein and he turned on him. Right. That is clearly what he meant, if anything, but it doesn't stop people from taking the ball and running with it. And obviously, what Johnson said there, whether he was officially an informant or not, what Johnson said there makes Trump look even more guilty, because Trump is clearly denying any such arrangement by calling the whole thing a big hoax. I talked about this with Lee on the show last week. One of the things that Trump sort of fell ass backwards into as just a completely incorrigible prick is message discipline. He has tremendous message discipline as a politician because he will never change his mind about anything. He'll never apologize for anything. So he just says the same thing over and over again. And this is that thing now. It's a Democrat hoax. Nothing's going to bring him off of that talking point. But everything around that makes him look worse and worse, because even a statement like this, which was just a foot and mouth statement, he was an informant, it shows how much of a liar he is when he says that there's nothing to see here. Like, no one around him can keep the bullshit story straight.
I think that he is used to being able to just repeat things over and over again.
Right.
And have his base of support go along with anything.
Right.
No matter how demonstrably false. This is a bridge too far for most of them. This is the Mueller report for MAGA.
Right.
Only the dumbest are going to remain after this.
Right. Exactly.
And we've seen that. If you look at the chatter now, when we do a negative Trump piece, we don't get anything like the pushback that we once did.
Oh no, not even close. Not even close. And we started basically in January. I mean, before January. Really, all of this, to go back to the story, and this ties a little bit into the free press stuff. Really, obviously, October 7th. That the gravity of that and the horror of that, and knowing how in the pocket of Israel Trump was, made it just really impossible for me to process him as any sort of lesser evil. That's number one. And number two was Elon. Elon signing on to the campaign gave the whole movement a completely different character. This whole dystopian techification of what was, at least in its presentation, if not its substance, a populist sort of grubby workers kind of movement. That just we've been covering Trump negatively since then, and at the time we got a lot more pushback than we do now. Now they're really down to the dregs.
Yep,
for sure. All right, Sammy, thanks for the $4.99. Says, why would a journalist decline to talk about the major event of our time at the moment? How do you not have an opinion? A coward of epic proportions. Arthur Handy, thanks for the $5. MT is either on the take or he's compromised. There's no other reason. He's too smart not to know the deal about Israel-Palestine.
He knows the deal.
He knows the deal. When we talked to him, the second time we interviewed him was shortly after October 7th, where we talked about the campus protest. And at the time, he was like, even though he didn't write about it, he was like fairly forthcoming. Like, we talked about Palestine for about an hour.
Yeah.
So he knows the deal.
He shared my article.
He shared his article. He knows the deal. He just decided it's not important, which, it comes off as very, it's a very callous position to take.
I don't buy it. It doesn't make sense, man. He's too into being a journalist, man. Something's up. That wasn't just a natural decision he arrived
and
at.
he is like a good, nice person. Like a nice person doesn't care that children are being doesn't feel a need to comment about
what I'm saying. That's why I almost
children.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, man, like, I'm not, whatever the fuck is going on, man, I've never had anyone come up to me like, yo, this might not go, you might not be around much longer if you talk about this. We don't know. We don't know, man. I'm telling you, there's something that we don't know. That's all I can say. There's something we don't know, in my opinion.
Amadeus says, Robot, no, this way left. No, not your other left. Robot, stop yelling at me. Robot 1, you got my thumb. Robot 2, we'll get your thumb out of the way. There you go. Workplace fight. Gaba44 says, Due Dissidents and Savvy Savs may not have won the IF Stone Award like Taibbi, but kudos for doing the uncomfortable job of covering the sad derailment of a once good journalist. Skyman, thanks for the $20. Hear me now, quote me later. Most people aren't stupid. It's worse than that. Most people are cowards who hide behind ignorance and grievance. That's a good quote. I like that. Thanks, Skyman. All right, we'll move right on along here. Chicago.
Wasn't Arkansas first?
We could do Arkansas. I mean, whichever one you want.
It is Chicago first. Yeah. You're right. All right. Come on, baby, don't you want to go? All right, so our illustrious president, fresh off a court telling him what everybody knew, that he violated the Posse Comitatus Act by sending troops into L.A., decided he's going to send troops into Chicago. Here he is.
Make
your mind up on Chicago, though?
Well, we're going in. I didn't say when. We're going in. When you lose, look, I have an obligation. This isn't a political thing. I have an obligation. When we lose, when 20 people are killed over the last 2.5 weeks and 75 are shot with bullets. So let me tell you a little story about a place called D.C., District of Columbia, right here where we are. It's now a safe zone. We have no crime.
Okay. So then he followed that up with this banger. I love the smell of deportations in the morning. Chicago about to find out why it's called the Department of War. Shipocalypse Now with him as what was Robert Duvall's character's name?
It wasn't Kurtz. That was Brando.
No, it wasn't
right?
Kurtz. That's
Kurtz was
Brando's
Brando.
character.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I
I,
forget his name.
I forget now. It's been a while. Look in the chat. People there fucking know. I know our people, man. They're gonna know. Yes. So portraying himself as Robert Duvall's character in Apocalypse Now. So essentially declaring war on America, literally declaring war on America. Can you imagine if Joe Biden did this? Joe Biden put out a declaration of war against an American city.
Well, yeah,
portraying himself as a character in a war movie.
Yeah. This was a whole thing of like the first term where Trump would say something over the top and then the media would call him out for it, and it would be obvious to a lot of people that he was just joking. So we used to consider that like Trump derangement syndrome.
Right,
because,
exactly.
Oh,
We
he made
didn't
an
take it
over the top.
seriously.
He made an over the top statement, and they're acting as if he's serious. So isn't that pathetic? That's a key difference between the first term and the second term. He's already proven many times in the second term he's not joking. Like when he says this stuff, he's actually backed it up with action. So you can't call it Trump derangement syndrome anymore when he actually acts on these insane tweets.
Exactly. All right. So here's Brendan Johnson. He had a press conference with J.B. Pritzker, the governor of the state.
Gutted the agency that actually catches gun traffickers just so that he could hand money to ICE and Border Patrol. This president doesn't care about gun violence. He just wants his own secret police force that would do publicity stunts whenever his poll numbers are sinking. Whenever his jobs report shows a stagnating economy, whenever he needs another distraction from his failures. That's what this is about.
Sounds about right to me. Now, you don't get a lot of reporting about him outside of the grifters. So I don't know how Johnson is doing. I do know from researching this, the crime is actually down.
It's down
unlike
everywhere.
the way it's portrayed. So I don't know what kind of mayor he is beyond that. But this portrait being painted of him that there's some out of control crime wave in Chicago is simply not true based on the numbers. So Pritzker quote tweeted the Shipocalypse tweet. The president of the United States is threatening to go to war with an American city. This is not a joke. This is not normal. Donald Trump isn't a strong man. He's a scared man. Oh, God, Democrats are so bad at this. Illinois won't be intimidated by a wannabe dictator. They're so cringe that they help him out a lot. All right, so here's Pritzker on a more serious note, talking about the legal ins and outs of this and what he's prepared to do.
National Guard from any state that is federalized now becomes like a military troop. They are not allowed to do law enforcement. They can come into the city, but they are restricted essentially to federal buildings, protecting federal buildings. If that's what they intend to do, that is legal. But they're not allowed to simply come into the neighborhoods and start, imposing their will. There are laws against this. There is, in fact, unless there's some sort of insurrection, which there is clearly not, or an attack on the United States coming from a city, then these troops are not allowed to do anything other.
All right, so a lot of people have been anticipating that this administration was very quickly going to force a constitutional crisis. So far, they've gone up to that line. You could say gone lightly over it, like things like deporting the migrants to CCOT, probably after they knew that the judge had ordered there not to be put there. Things like that, where they had some kind of plausible deniability. Well, they were already in the air, whatever. Right. This is okay. Well, is Pritzker going to order his police to stop ICE or the National Guard or whoever Trump deploys if they try to act beyond their authority. I mean, at that point, what do you got a civil war, man? What? Do they start fighting? Does the National Guard start fighting the Chicago Police Department? Now, you know who agrees with Pritzker here? Megyn Kelly. There are a few people within this coalition who actually do take some constitutional protection seriously. They tend to be selective, just like religious people tend to select the parts of the religion they like. But in this particular case, Megyn Kelly is speaking out.
Just send them into random cities in support of just fighting crime. Like that, you really can't do without the invitation of a governor. So we're heading for an uncomfortable showdown with Governor Pritzker. We can't have Trump going in without the invitation of this governor. I'm sorry, but we can't have it. He does not have the constitutional permission to do it. It very clearly is not constitutionally permissible. He cannot do it. I really hope he doesn't do it because I don't want a world in which I'm siding with Governor Pritzker over President Trump. But I will if he does it because he can't do it legally.
And she's also agreeing with the judge's ruling in essence. Judge rules Trump illegally deployed National Guard and Marines to Los Angeles. U.S. District Judge Charles Breyer said using the California National Guard and the Marines to conduct law enforcement in the city violated a 19th century law. Quote, the evidence at the trial established that defendants systematically used armed soldiers whose identity was often obscured by protective armor and military vehicles to set up protective perimeters and traffic blockades, engage in crowd control, and otherwise demonstrate a military presence in and around Los Angeles, U.S. District Judge Charles Breyer in San Francisco said in a 52-page filing. In short, defendants violated the Posse Comitatus Act, he said. Now, this is almost forcing a constitutional crisis right here. Because you had a judge just rule on the essence of this. And Trump is threatening within a few days to do it again. I mean, that's not directly violating the court order, I believe, but in spirit, it certainly is. And it's an open question what happens if Pritzker orders the police to protect the citizens from federal forces that are constitutionally not allowed to be doing what they're doing. What happens? So there was a major protest yesterday in Chicago. Here's a little bit of that. A lot of people. This was one of the largest protests in the history of Chicago. But on a more chilling note, this just dropped today. And it's pretty terrifying. I always reference this mini-series that Oliver Stone did decades ago, or he executive produced it. It was really ahead of its time, called Wild Palms, where it kind of presents an America where guys drive up in black tinted windowed trucks and just grab people, and people are so used to that happening that they just keep jogging. That is very much what this reminds me of as we move into that possible future.
Get back. Where are you? What law enforcement agency are you with? What law enforcement agency are you with? You are required to tell me, where are you taking them? Where are you taking them? Where are you taking them?
This is in Chicago.
Where are you taking a civilian with destination without identifying yourself as a police officer?
You are kidnapping them. Tell us where you're taking them. Tell us where you're taking them. Tell us where you are taking them. You cannot do this. Tell us where. Hey.
All right, so a little more about that. Masked men disappear U.S. citizens into an unmarked van for protesting ICE in Chicago. Who are you? Where are you taking them? People cry out. Agents attacked at least 3 protesters using batons, pinning them face down into concrete, according to witness Bianca Paltz. ICE later confirmed that it was their agents who detained the protesters, claiming they were impeding federal operations. All 3 individuals were finally released without charges in downtown Chicago, Illinois. So what's the purpose of this, man? Like, they know this kind of thing will not hold up in court. It's to intimidate people.
Oh, yeah.
It's to make people not want to go to a protest.
Of course.
Not risk it. Who knows? Maybe I wind up in CCOT. So this was also today. Trump yelling at a reporter who asked him about his plans for Chicago.
Say that, darling, that's fake news. Well, why would the Department of Defense? Listen, be quiet. Listen. You don't listen. You never listen. That's why you're second rate.
Just like my dad. Just like my dad. You don't listen to me. Shut up. Listen, Daddy.
Not going to war. We're going to clean up our cities. We're going to clean them up so they don't kill 5 people every weekend. That's not war. That's common sense. Mr. President, how is your are you ready? How are you ready?
All right. So he's doing it to clean up crime. But you know what's weird? He doesn't actually send the troops where the crime is. Trump claims Chicago is world's most dangerous city. The 4 most violent ones are all in red states. That's weird. It's weird. Where are the troops? As Donald Trump threatens to deploy National Guard units to Chicago and Baltimore, ostensibly to quell violence, a pattern has emerged as he describes which cities he talks about. Chicago, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., and Baltimore, but not Jackson, Birmingham, St. Louis, or Memphis. An analysis of crime trends over the last 4 years shows 2 things. First, violent crime rates in America's big cities have been falling over the last 2 years, and at an even greater rate over the last 6 months. The decrease in violence in America is unprecedented. Well, you wouldn't know that to hear him. It's crazy. It's
you
crime
think you take
everywhere.
credit for it. It
Right?
says it's gone
Yeah,
down
right.
drastically in 6 months. What happened? He took office.
Because he needs the distraction.
Yeah.
Second, look, when your mission is to essentially reduce the population to a class of peasants and get them not to rise up while you're doing it, you have to throw out a lot of distractions, and they are preferably the kinds of distractions that give them a false sense of power and superiority. So that means crime, that means immigration, that means the other who's doing this to you. It's Tricky Ivan. It's what I call Tricky Ivan. You get rid of Tricky Ivan and you will have more bread. Second, crime in large cities in the aggregate is lower in states with Democratic leadership. But the president focuses his ire almost exclusively on large blue cities and blue states, sidestepping political conflict with red Republican governors. The 4 cities of populations larger than 100,000 with the highest murder rates in 2024 are in Republican states. Jackson, Mississippi, 78.7 per 100,000 residents. Birmingham, Alabama, 58.8. St. Louis, Missouri, where we just were, 54.1. And Memphis, Tennessee, 40.6. I think the national average is about 4.5, to give you an idea how high that is.
10 is considered bad. Yeah.
Yeah. And here you go. Here's the chart. You can see blue cities. It's in increments of 50 per 100,000 residents. You can see just looking at it, how much higher it is in these red cities. Tom Morello here dropped this banger. I'd like to thank all these Second Amendment loving patriots who are caravanning towards Chicago right now to defend the people against a tyrannical federal government that has declared war on a U.S. city. Thank you for putting aside the racism and white supremacy that has kept you from stepping up until now. Big government thugs want to tread on the people. Now's your time to stop them, like you talk about. Yeah, good point there, Mr. Morello.
Yeah, from Rage Against the Machine, Tom Morello.
From Rage Against the Machine. Good tweet. Yeah, this blew my mind. I've mentioned this before. The first time I drove cross country, Because being from New York, look, this didn't start with Donald Trump. This impression that it's primarily places like New York City that are really dangerous. I had never in my life seen the kind of poverty I saw when I drove through the South. I had never seen it. And it shocked me because the media gave me, even me living in New York, the impression, well, this is as bad as it gets. Because that's what they tell you. It's just that nobody gives a shit about East St. Louis. Nobody gives a shit about Jackson. Nobody gives a shit about St. Louis, frankly. So they don't show you what it looks like there. It's just not brought in front of people. And also, there are a lot of people in the country who are living in terrible circumstances. And it makes them feel better to be told, at least we're not in those godless northern cities. Let's face it, usually northern, right? At least we're not in those places. Oh my God, you got packs of brown people running through the stores and robbing everything. You know, Cass Jordan, this fucking guy, he's sitting on a yacht from feeding that kind of slop to people who get some satisfaction and hearing that the army has occupied the subway or whatever bullshit complete lie he makes up on that fucking channel. That's all cottage industry. Like New York is one, but they do it with San Francisco. They do it with Seattle is a big one. Seattle, it just got worse in Seattle, right? But in reality, man, like anybody who's driven through the country could tell you, and this is not new. I drove cross country the first time when I was 19. It was like that. You could see just I'd never seen people living in a corrugated tin shack. Like I never say it doesn't exist in this part of the country. It just doesn't. They just don't show that to you. And that was back then when the country was relatively prosperous. We were just in St. Louis, man, like North St. Louis. It looks like a war zone. A lot of the country does. A lot of the country is just fucking hollowed out and depopulated and deindustrialized. And a lot of that is in red states. Trump doesn't mention it. He doesn't send any troops there. So what is it a war on? Is it a war on crime? No, it's an assertion of control over cities that he sees as enemy cities. It's literally occupying the cities of the other political party.
Yeah, I mean, if it were about crime, I mean, you know, it's kind of open and shut, right? I mean, if you want to say crime is a problem, these cities need help, all right, you want to make that case, you can make that case. But if this were really about stopping crime, why are the four most violent cities in America not being occupied? Because he doesn't want to embarrass the Republican leadership of those states. That's what it's about, obviously. And as for Tom Morello's tweet there, Rage Against the Machine guy here, yeah, I mean, it does point to a philosophical hypocrisy.
Of course.
Obviously,
of course.
I am not.
Half of these guys joined ICE.
Yeah, exactly. Half of these guys joined ICE. Exactly. And I would not, obviously, he's not actually telling you to be violent towards these people. You can't do that. Obviously, we would never condone that because they will put you in that van and you'll never come out. But the philosophy, the idea that this is a freedom-based movement at this point is just an absolute joke. It's an absolute joke. The people cheerleading this love government overreach. They love a strong government. They love fascism. That's what they are. That's what they are. And no question about it. No question about it. And this is clearly an attempt to exert control over the political opposition. If it's about crime, he'd be in those four most violent cities. Most violent cities. Those are largely black cities too. So you would still like end wokeness would still get off.
Still like it
on you know, the National Guard rolling through those cities. Those are largely black populations in all of those cities, and the cities themselves are blue. But it's the state leadership that's Republican that he doesn't want to embarrass them, and that's the issue, right? And so that's where that whole sort of narrative falls apart. All right. We're going to take a quick break here. We got one more story, but first I got to tell you about Westwood One. So, hey, football fanatics, are you ready for some primetime NFL action? Tune into Westwood One for all the gridiron glory you crave. From jaw-dropping touchdowns to game-changing plays, Don't miss a moment of the excitement. Catch every snap, every tackle, and every victory on Westwood One. You can listen to the NFL on the NFL app, on the Westwood One Sports app, on WestwoodOneSports.com via Westwood One station streams, or by asking Alexa to open Westwood One Sports. If it's the NFL, it's on Westwood One. Okay, great. All right. So, folks, we got one more segment to do. We're going to take some Super Chats and Rumble Rants, and then we'll go over to Rumble. Long show tonight, especially since we got a little bit of a late start. But thanks for staying up with us. Appreciate you all very much for being here. Oh, yeah, by the way, well over 666 likes. It's good for this. Brace yourselves, says Samira. This Hasbro tsunami is coming. Army J, thanks to the $4.99. When Taibbi's house was raided by tax officials, they showed him photos of his kids. Amadeus, War Department, not the shrieking skulls of death departments. That's right. Kuznetsky Bassane says we can take some solace that the amount required to bribe journalists is becoming stratospheric, reflecting oligarch desperation. Views says reverse 21 Jump Street under 21S Jump Street. Good one. Although Weiss was already bought, the oligarchs have very deep pockets, says Kuznetsky Bassane. Army J says snitch, the one thing almost as bad as a PDF file. Thank you for that. Let's see. You guys are reading this story wrong. Matt is trying to get some berry pussy there. My advice to Matt, get rid of the anchor around his waist, Walter Kern, and start over. Cancer sucks. You guys rock. Thank you, Vito. All righty. We got one more segment on the night, but it is Sunday, which means tomorrow is Monday, which means a new episode of The Grifter's Bible is out tomorrow on the YouTube channel by El Shaboom. So The Grifter's Bible is a mind-bending novel by El Shabooms, and it's now a free weekly series on YouTube with a soundtrack by Monumental Sonic Architecture. Follow the First Electric Church of Jesus Christ as they combine the bleeding edge of black patented neuroscience with the state-of-the-art in Michigas to beat the Great Recession. They sell visions of God to the huddled masses of Deep Ellum, Texas, and the money pours in until the local competition, the police, and the Navy decide to put a stop to it. There's ass-whoopings, car chases, and a showdown at high noon on Good Friday in Dodge City. It's sci-fi noir, a picaresque thriller. It's a Western from 10 minutes in the future. It's The Grifter's Bible, a film series by El Shabooms with a soundtrack by Monumental Sonic Architecture. A new episode is posted every Monday at youtube.com/El Shabooms. So go and follow that link, subscribe to the channel, and tune in for a new episode which drops every Monday. Tomorrow's Monday, so you will catch the new one when it drops. All righty. One more on the night.
One more. All right. So in Arkansas, this whole MAGA thing is not quite turning out the way that they had hoped. This is Arkansas farmers praying for help because Trump is killing their farms. From Wu-Tang is for the children.
Federal government steps in to save them. Farmers have no one to turn to but God.
Farmers, in my opinion, dear Lord, and it's only my opinion, are closer to thee than anyone else on this earth because we deal with your earth every day. Dear Lord, we're hurting, dear Lord. We can't help what's happened to us.
So this is a more extended segment on this. But a whole community of farmers got together to ask their representatives for help.
25 or 30% of the farmers in this country, if they don't do something, it has to be done, and it's not just here, it's everywhere.
Farmers are making a cry for help before it's too late. Countless farmers gathered to speak to representatives of Arkansas leaders to share the urgency that something needs to be done about the current state of farming. Jake Tester was at the meeting and now joins us in the studio with more. Jake.
Many farmers spoke up at the meeting, and the message was straightforward. They need help, and they need
Somebody
it
forgot
now.
to turn on the mic.
Mr. Trump, you looked at me, sir, and you said,
probably using StreamYard.
Mr. Trump, I need to see the fruit of your love.
Farmers in crisis.
All right, listen, man. I always tell Keaton, come on, man, back off of that. But when you got some dude talk about how he needs to see the fruit of Trump's love, I don't know. It's a little fruity where I come from. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying.
A line way out the door of the Woods Chapel Baptist Church in Brooklyn as hundreds of farmers from not only northeast Arkansas, but from across the state came to voice their concerns about the current state of farming. Representatives from U.S. Congressman Rick Crawford, U.S. Senator Tom Cotton, and U.S. Senator John Boozman's offices were in attendance to hear those concerns. Among those farmers in attendance was a farmer in Woodruff County, Chris King. He told me this was his 39th harvest, and he has never seen it as bad as this.
And I've never been as worried as I am now about whether or not my kids and grandkids will be able to carry on.
For King, the main problem starts with the fact that they can't sell for profit.
I just would like to see somebody help us get our markets back. We need our exports, and we just need to be paid for what we do. And that's not happening. And we're in real trouble.
But that is not the only issue. King's wife, Melissa King, and farmer in Biggers, Arkansas, Scott Brown, said they are struggling to afford the cost that is needed just to take care of the farm.
The prices that we're getting now are prices like they were when we were children, and what it costs for us to farm is astronomical now. I mean, the price of a combine when we were kids was, in the 20,000s, and now it's 100,000.
I farm 800 acres by myself. I can't afford any help. I farm with paid-for equipment. All my tractors are 50 years old, and I can't hardly make this deal work. How's the guys farming 5 and 10,000 with 20 hands and $1 million combines and $1 million drills going to make it work?
But for Brown, there is something that rounds out all the issues that they are facing, the tariffs.
I think the tariffs are the ice cream on the cake of a perfect storm. When you try to sell a product, okay, U.S. soybeans leaving New Orleans without the tariff to China are cheaper than Brazilian soybeans at the current market. But when you put the tariff on top of them, Brazilian beans are cheaper.
So how can this be fixed?
In the short term, they have no choice but to mail us a check. I don't know a farmer that likes the check program. Nobody wants to take taxpayer dollars, but nobody wants to go broke. Nobody wants to lose.
Really?
Long term, we have to have options, markets, and places to sell our product.
If this continues, we're gonna have to let them trannies swim with the girls.
Fuck it.
Fuck it.
Fuck it. When Dylan Mulvaney was selling that Bud Light, I was getting a good price for my soybeans. That's all I know.
Exactly, yeah.
You don't like it, don't drink Bud Light.
Now those representatives in attendance will be taking these concerns they heard to Washington, D.C. to share with the government leaders so they can try and find a way to solve this problem before it's too late. Reporting in the studio, Jake Tester, K8 News.
Jake, thank you. Northeast Arkansas representatives of Senator Boozman, Tom Cotton, and Representative Crawford released the following statement saying in part, quote, "These reforms and investments, once implemented, will help address economic challenges and natural disasters to preserve family farms. Our delegation will continue to work closely with them, state leaders, and the Trump administration to help address their concerns and protect Arkansas's farming heritage and outlook."
Yeah, okay. So the upshot is these policies, as a 6-year-old with a basic understanding of basic math could have told you, just completely fucked them.
Right.
Their primary markets were Mexico and China. Now China is buying their soybeans from Brazil. In my research for this, there were other reports where there were farmers saying, normally they'd have about 40% of their crop by this time of soybeans already bought by China, and they got zero. These farmers have 0% of their crop sold to China because it's all tariffed. And once countries shift where they get their supply from, you're not getting them back. Especially this crazy, unstable country. Why would they come back to depending on us? Even if we elect someone they like, we did this twice now.
Right.
They don't know who we're going to elect next. Fuck it. We're getting our soybeans from Brazil.
Brazil, yeah. Right.
That's all.
Exactly. It's done.
So you fuck them not only for now, you probably fuck them going forward. And this shouldn't surprise anybody. We've shown this a few times, how Trump did a big press conference with the people in North Carolina about how Biden neglected the victims of the hurricane. They asked for money. He said no.
Right.
He said no. He doesn't care. They voted overwhelmingly for him. He doesn't care if you voted for him. Now, not surprisingly, given that these people voted for Trump in massive numbers, there's a lot of schadenfreude out there on the interwebs about these folks asking for a government handout. People have little sympathy for the Arkansas farmers who are asking Trump for emergency funding to save their farms. It's from BuzzFeed. American farmer, socialism for me, late stage capitalism for thee. And yes, indeed, Arkansas went 64.2% for Donald Trump. It retained a little Bobby Kennedy vote there, 1.1%. And if you look at the counties, we're going to have to ask Shady Deals what's going on the east side there. Because you got a little blue there, but it's mostly Little Rock that went blue. Pretty much the whole rest of the state is red. So they went on Reddit and pulled some quotes. Wait till they find out about the potential closures of rural hospitals and cutbacks on food stamps and anything else that supports the poor and working poor. This is a perfect leopards ate my face post because these people still believe Trump cares about them. He got their vote, and just like any con man that gets your money, he doesn't need you anymore. No lies detected. No lies detected. Pick thyself up by the bootstraps, saith the Lord. Yet they lose their fucking minds about student loan forgiveness.
Yep.
And finally, yeah, God forbid anyone else get help from the government. Yep. Yep. You know, and you see the guy very apologetic. Yeah, nobody likes to take the check. Well, why don't you apply that logic to other people?
Right.
So you see that you don't want to take a check, so you think everybody else does.
Right.
You don't think those people need the check? So this going to X a little bit. This is pretty funny. MAGA in Arkansas right now. I voted to be racist, not poor. Will Watson here. This is the most self-inflicted economic calamity ever. Arkansas, you gave your electoral votes to a dumbass who willfully crashed the economy again, fucked over our farmers again, killed American exports, and has gold soaring and the job market crumbling. Indeed. Popular liberal, you were conned. Arkansas farmers face bankruptcy as Trump's policies backfire. Wait for it. If they get a federal bailout, guess where the money comes from? Yep. The GDP of those criminal blue cities they love to hate. Again, and it's always like that. I mean, these blue cities and states that they despise so much put a lot more into the tax system than they do. A lot of these red states are subsidized by taxes from the blue states. Now, hey, I'm not saying let's go the other way and hate on them. You know, in the immortal words of Rodney King, can't we all just get along? And honestly, I think we could. I think we're all being manipulated by people who want to keep us divided. And I'm going to close out with an appropriately conspiratorial punchline to this whole story, given the tone of the entire show. Alex Cole, 64% of Arkansas farmers voted for Trump at the present rate because of tariffs. 1/3 of them will be bankrupt by this time next year. Their solution? They want money from the government. So again, it's not socialism when I get money, just when everybody else gets it. Yep. Now, this is kind of tying it all together. This ties everything we've been talking about tonight together, at least everything I've been talking about. This is from TikTok. Dear Arkansas farmers, this is part of their plan. Starve you until you're forced to sell your farms for pennies on the dollar. Billionaires are just waiting in the wings. P.S. We tried to tell you this. Yes, yes. Look who's buying farmland. Here's why the ultra wealthy like Bill Gates and Thomas Petterfee are investing in U.S. farmland. The U.S. Department of Agriculture estimates that 30% of all farmland is owned by landlords who don't farm themselves. Buyers often purchase land from farmers who have owned it for decades, many of whom may be asset rich but cash poor. And it's not just the evil Bill Gates, right? Not just the blue billionaire. J.D. Vance funded Acre Trader. Here's why that matters. The real estate platform streamlines investing in U.S. farmland. Now farms are fast becoming a portfolio staple for investors worldwide. Let's read a little bit about that. Vance invested up to $65,000 in private investments in Acre Trader during his stint as a venture capitalist, according to his 2022 financial disclosure to the Senate Ethics Committee. The investment firm Narya Capital, which Vance launched in 2020 with backing from PayPal co-founder Peter Thiel, was a vehicle for these investments and a key backer in early funding rounds of the farmland startup. And while Vance is no longer listed as a partner at Narya Capital, according to his 2023 financial disclosure, he appears to still be an investor in the firm, or more technically, multiple legal entities with names including Narya. Now, if you notice, the same people keep coming up. The same names keep coming up. And these are the same exact people who tell you that your problem are immigrants, that your problem are trans people. Isn't that funny that these are the same people who are buying up farmland, buying up media companies, buying up conglomerates? Isn't it weird? Thiel, Musk, Andreessen, same people keep coming up. So do you think that these people like Besant, former George Soros crony, do you believe these people really don't understand that these tariff policies are going to destroy your farms? You think they didn't think of that? Besant's he's a brilliant guy. He knows economics. You think he didn't know? He's the Treasury Secretary. He has Trump's ear. You think he didn't know when these policies were proposed? Well, if you do that, then China, Mexico, they're going to go start getting their agricultural products someplace else. It's going to fuck the farmers. Yeah, man, because they're going to come in and they're going to buy up your farmland. They want you to be a serf. They want you to be a serf. They want you to be a sharecropper. They want you to be renting the land from them. Right. From them. You got conned. You got hoodwinked. This is the problem. All of this fighting, all of this arguing, all of this theorizing, we're wasting time. We're wasting time. If workers do not come together to overthrow these elites, by the time you realize what the trap is, by the time the trap is sprung, it's too late, man. You're a peasant. You're a peasant. You're going to be a landless peasant with no health care, no prospects, no job, no way to survive, no future for your kids. And they're going to have it all. And they're building out a national police force under the guise of getting rid of immigrants while you cheer for it. They're building that national police force to turn it on you at the moment that you figure it out.
Yeah, they want you to stay and work the land. They just don't want you to own the land. Like, you'll still have the farm. You just won't own the farm.
Sure, you're going to be a sharecropper.
Right. You will stay there and you'll work, and they will take whatever profits there are to be had.
Yeah, feudalism.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And even if the margins shrink, doesn't matter, because they have the capital to make that work. Right. So even if they keep these tariffs in place, that could just be the price of doing business for squeezing you out. Right. Because they had to squeeze you out somehow. Right. So yeah, no, it is very, very bad news. But yeah, man, I mean, look, people are just so easily manipulated, and you know, you don't wish this kind of immiseration on people, but at the same time, yeah, man, like, I'm sorry. If you support alligator Alcatraz, yeah, you deserve to get fucked out of your farm, and then learn from it and be a better person and learn some solidarity, and then we can go for it. I'm not saying you're irredeemable. I'm not saying, you know, you're written off as a person forever, but yeah, you deserved a little gut check, and you got one. You got one, and it was well deserved. And you know what? Being a responsible person is about, you know, like realizing you just fucked up and doing a better job from here on out. And that's what has to happen with these farmers, because yeah, of course, what, you're going to feel bad for these people who, you know, 3 weeks ago are foaming at the mouth over the alligator jail for the immigrants, and now they realize, oh shit, I can't turn a profit on my farm. Someone help me. No one's gonna feel bad.
They ordered the hat and everything.
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel bad for them. I don't feel bad for them. I hope they understand that kind of cruelty was really put into their head by people who want to manipulate them so that they can ultimately do to them what they're doing to the immigrant. I hope they learn that lesson, and I hope that we can all move forward together. But until then, yeah, sorry, no tears from these eyes about your stupid fucking farm. Sorry, I don't feel that way, and I don't think anybody should. All right. Furrow Squeen says, sorry if I'm being an R word, but when Johnson said that being an informant, did he say he's an FBI informant and he's referring to Epstein? Maybe I'm being thick. Wouldn't be the first time. No, you shouldn't be so down on yourself, Furrow Squeen. No, but that's not what he said. He did say Trump was an informant in the case. Sad about Alligator Alcatraz shutdown. May never get to see Running Man, hosted by Charlie Fathead and Benny in the Closet. Yeah, there you go. Louise Brooks says, I have Wild Palms on DVD. About fell over when you mentioned it. Oh, wow. Thought I was the only one.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I never saw that.
You know what? It's on YouTube.
Oh, okay. Hey, that might be a
YouTube.
good. Well, that's a good movie night. We should do that.
It's too long for a single movie night. It was a mini series.
Oh, well, maybe we could pick one episode. You know, we could pick a good episode, because that might be fun, because that's something that I don't think most people have seen. All right, folks. Well, hey, that is our show. Long show tonight. Thanks to Jake for sticking around. Thanks to all of you for sticking around. We are going to stick around a little longer and take some calls over on dudissidents.com/rumble. So if you're watching on YouTube and you want to hang out for the Q&A, stick around, hang out for the after party. That is the link. Patrons, paid Substackers, and paid Locals members have the link to call in. So a call-in line could start forming right now. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Russ made a new intermission now that he's back in New York. And we will see you all on the other side of that. Everybody who's not sticking around for the Q&A, we'll see you back here Tuesday, 2 p.m. Eastern. Until then, thanks very much for staying up with us tonight. Be safe and be well.
Courage!
Please clap.